Yeah, hi guys. We're going to be covering the case of Russell Williams today. With no notes, with no prep, nothing. Usually when we cover a case like this, something this big, if we cover a case this big, there is no case bigger than this case. This is the biggest case, this is the hugest case, the best case that there is, the best interrogation there is. It's the best of everything. I've been putting it off for months because I'm telling myself, no. With a case that good, you really should do some prep. You really should do some note taking and think of an angle. Think of an angle that no one else has done. Well, that just means that it sits on the shelf forever and never gets done. So we're just going to dive straight in. Why not? Let's just see what happens. I think we can pull it off. What do you guys think? Welcome everybody in the chat. Are we live? Somebody say something in the chat. I never know if we're live. This new damn software. You know, if we had two monitors, we could check that. We could definitely check that. We could check that so much. But we don't. Not yet, anyway. Good evening, everyone. Hello, Toronto Tina. Are we actually live? Just say, somebody say, hey, Metrics. Your voice sounds so good tonight, Metrics. We are live. Thank you, Tina. Thank you, Tina. Okay, we are covering the case of Russell Williams. What should we do? Should we tell the story about him with my no notes? Okay, well, I'm sure a lot of you know it already. But I'm actually really surprised that some people in the metrics community have never heard of it. You know, have never heard of the best interrogation there is to have ever been released into the public domain. Amazing! What a privilege that would be to go back in time. If I could go back in time and never have seen this video before and watch the whole thing again, that would be just so great. Anyway, so Colonel Russell Williams, what is he the colonel of? Well, he's the colonel of CFB Trenton, Canada's biggest and best military base up in Ontario there. And what does he do? Well, he's an Air Force man. Very highly decorated colonel, the boss of everybody, basically. On a day-to-day level, of course, he has his own superiors, but not many, you know, and they're all on first-name terms. Hi, Gus. Did you have a good Christmas, Gus? Everyone else calls him Sir, Colonel, or they're not allowed to talk to him. He's that important. Major guy on the base, right? Very well respected. Flies all sorts of dignitaries as well as all the Air Force men and women, service men and women, personnel. He's flying the Queen of England and Prince Philip, the Prime Minister of Canada. I'm not sure if it was Trudeau or the one before him. I don't know. But, you know, very important people. Very important people. He's the guy that the Queen of England shakes the hand of before she gets on the plane to fly back to London, England. So he's doing all of those sorts of things. But at night, he's got a different personality, right? He's got a different personality. He's got this little house up in Tweed, holiday home. Well, not a holiday home. It's sort of like a weekend home because it's closer to the base rather than his main house that he has in Ottawa. So he's spending some time there, and it's Cozy Cove Lane. Have we got a map? Maybe we should have a look at a map. Anyway, he's living down on Cozy Cove Lane, and what is his criminal occupation at this time? Well, it starts off just by breaking and entering into his neighbours' houses, right? And to do what? To steal their TV? No. He's looking through all of the women's bras, panties, swimsuits, and trying them on, looking at himself in the mirror. Let's bring up some of those pictures. Russell Williams, well, that's probably enough. Oh, man. Underwear. Oh my god, look at this. Hang on. Let me share this to the screen. Open in a new tab and then share this link. So there we go. This is what he likes to do on the weekends, okay? You know, I mean, I'm guessing the person who owns this garment is about 12 years old. So he's breaking into his neighbours' houses, trying stuff like this on. Let's have a look at some more. Oh, here's a good one with 3 examples. I mean, what the fuck? Okay. I mean, he's always got this weird expression on as well. Look at this. The green one. What is that? What is in his mind right now? You know, this exercise of, you know, because it's not just trying on the underwear. It's the fact that it belongs to someone else and he's sneaking in. You know, he had these weird quirks in college. Obviously, he has no criminal history. This is a straight shooter, a good citizen, right? But he had this weird quirk in college where he would hide. He would play pranks on people, right? He would hide in their closets, sometimes for hours, in silence, in total silence, just standing in there so that he could jump out and yell when they got home, you know? But he'd be in there for like 4 or 5 hours, standing up, being quiet. Yeah. So, although that's weird as fuck and an invasion of privacy and obviously breaking the law and everything like that, moral law, legal law, it seems that he started off his criminal career in a way that wasn't causing physical harm to others, right? Just trying on some pants. Of course, he stole all of these pants. Let's have a look at some of his collection. I think I heard it said by the time he was caught, he had so much underwear that he had to burn piles of it, because he'd keep all this underwear and store them in his house, like meticulously folded, catalogued. He had a nice little Excel spreadsheet with everything labelled, and he's just a freak like this, right? Real detail orientated. And yeah, he had to burn piles of underwear for the simple fact that he ran out of physical space to store them. When they caught him, he still had like 1,500 pairs or something around that number. 1,500 pairs of underwear. That is too much. That is just too much. You don't need that much. No one needs that much. Look at this. Here's some of his collection. Hang on. Wait. Oh, that's a really small image. What about this one? Okay, this is a better one. Yeah, so he likes to keep everything in straight lines, you know, everything in straight lines. 1,500 pairs of women's underwear that he stole. But he started out his criminal career basically non-violent crime. Weird as fuck, invasion of privacy, but non-violent crime. That would change, and he'd slowly gravitate to... Well, first he went to sort of psychological torment. He'd do things like break into someone's home and write on their screensaver. Do you remember those screensavers where it would be a word going around the screen? He'd change that screensaver to I can't wait to show the judge pictures of your giant dildos, or something like that. So he's doing this sort of psychological torment, getting a kick out of that. And then he went on to full-on sexual assault. Nice. And would gravitate towards murder, just straight up murder. One of them in particular, I mean, they were both brutal homicides, but one was horrifically beautiful. Brutal is the word I'm looking for. To his colleague. A colleague. He broke into her house, was hiding in her basement, and her cat had come down and had seen him in the basement and wouldn't come upstairs when she was called because the cat was like fixated on the weird shadow man hiding in the basement. So the lady, Marie-France Como, came downstairs to have a look, and Colonel Williams smacked her in the head with a flashlight, dragged her upstairs, raped her, and then did all sorts of weird shit, like wrapped gaffer tape around her nose and mouth, duct tape. Anyway, where are we? No prep. Should we just get straight into the video? I think we should get straight into the video. Oh no, what happened? Yeah, so then everyone's looking for who killed Marie-France Como, but then another girl goes missing, Jessica Lloyd, and she's still missing, and the cops still haven't found her when Russell Williams is brought into the interrogation room in this video, right? They still haven't found her or the body. They don't know if she's dead. They're assuming so because she's been gone a week. But their mission is to find the missing woman. And how have they zeroed in on Russell Williams? Well, Jessica Lloyd's house was kind of, I mean, not really remote, but it was on its own in a field, basically. And someone had reported, when they heard about this missing woman, they reported that they'd seen an SUV parked in the field near her house, and it looked out of place. Just, something said to their mind, an SUV shouldn't be parked in that field, and it looks strange. So they reported it. And the cops went to have a look at her house. They found where the SUV was parked because it had been snowing and the snow was still there. They hadn't had new snow and it hadn't melted away. So the tire impressions and the footprints leading from where the SUV was parked to Jessica Lloyd's house and back were all still there. So they got the tire impressions and they got the footprints. They did scans on these, right? And then when they had the tire impressions, they said, okay, well, let's set up a roadblock near Jessica Lloyd's house towards where it goes to that main road down there. The 401, probably, maybe, I don't know. And we'll stop every car and we'll do a scan of their tires. And if we find a match, we know we've got our guy. Or maybe got our guy, right? So they've stopped Colonel Russell Williams' car, and he tries to say, hey, I'm a colonel, I'm in a rush, and I need to get to the base, and I have a sick child back at home, very ill child. Anyway, he wasn't able to, he was hoping that the cops would just say, oh, absolutely, right this way, sir, just skip this. It's obviously not you because you're a colonel and we don't need to scan your tires. And I think one of the cops asked his superior, do we really need to scan this guy's tires? He's a colonel and he's in a uniform and he's heading to the base. But the superior cop said, no, we better do everybody. So they did it. And yeah, it was a match to the tires that they found in the field outside Jessica Lloyd's house. So Detective Sergeant Jim Smyth calls up Russell Williams on a Sunday, says, Mr. Russell, Colonel Russell, can you come in? We've got some more questions about Marie-France Como. Because Marie-France Como was also a military personnel at CFB Trenton, and because of that, the military side of things had been very helpful and said, look, if there's anything we can do in helping find her killer, you know, you've got our full support and attention. So as the colonel of the base, Russell Williams was called in to discuss that. But what they really wanted to do was to talk to him about his tire impressions matching those that were found in the field at Jessica Lloyd's house. And they also say, hey, you know, we found this boot print, you know, in the snow. Could we do a scan of your boots right now? And of course, Russell Williams can't say, no, I really need to speak with a lawyer about that. So he gives them his boots. And Detective Sergeant Jim Smyth comes back and says, hey, your boots, they were a perfect match. Anyway, I'm really telling the story all on my own here, guys, so let's just jump into the video. It is the best interrogation video available in the public domain, and we're going to enjoy watching it together right now. Let's hide these pants. We'll hide this one too.
You just had to see Russ.
The guy I was speaking with on whatever night that was Russ as well.
Oh, yeah.
And he took every number.
Hey, Russell, are you always this fun? Don't you hate it when people say things like that are just so boring it makes you want to cry? Hey, the guy I was talking to that night was, get this, he was called Russ as well. He should have said he was called Russell Williams as well. That would have been interesting. Jim Smyth could be like, oh, shit, do we have the right guy? Quick, check his military ID. Is he from the base? we just picked any Russell Williams?
Yeah.
Who is this guy? And I hate his raincoat as well. Who goes into the store and buys that? I mean, come on. What are you going for a fucking... I don't know. When would anyone wear something like that?
Now, they were doing some pretty thorough interviews that night. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I was
Right.
glad to see it.
I'm just going to move your gloves here. That's a little microphone. Just to make...
Yeah, I was really glad to see it. I was so glad to see it that I made up a story, because he didn't even have a kid. He does not have any children, right? He's like saying to the cops, I've got a sick kid at home. I'm a colonel. Let me through. Let me through to my sick kid. He's got no kid. Needless to say, their suspicions were aroused when they found that out. So when he's saying, yeah, you were doing a pretty thorough investigation, I was glad to see it. No, he wasn't. He was so not glad to see that.
Make sure there's nice and clear. As you can see here, everything in this room is videotaped and audio taped.
Check.
Check. We've got a military man in the house. Roger. Roger that. Check.
You ever been interviewed by the police in a room like this before?
I
Or?
have never been interviewed like this.
Oh, no? Okay.
No.
Let's get this set up here.
I guess the closest to...
Oh, wow. What's been going on here? Memberships. Ride-in Shotgun has gifted 10 memberships. Fantastic, Ride-in. Look at all these wonderful new members with their green name and a little star next to their name. That is fantastic. That's so good to see. Welcome, new members. Welcome. Yeah, thank you, Ride-in Shotgun. Very kind of you, Ride-in Shotgun.
And I asked for top secret clearance.
Oh, yeah?
Oh,
Right.
yeah. Top secret clearance, yeah? Yeah, hey, listen, cop. You're dealing with the colonel now, okay? Show some respect. I have top secret clearance. Let me just demonstrate my authority in this room. And I love what Jim Smyth does. I mean, this is the thing about this video, right? We're 45 seconds into the video, and we've already seen Jim Smyth think on his feet like a pro, right? What Colonel Williams has just done, there was no need to say that. The question was, have you ever been interviewed in a room like this by the police before? I have never been interviewed in a room like this before. And then he goes, no, the closest thing would be when I was interviewed by NIS for top secret clearance. You know, when we're discussing the national security of Canada, what terror threats there might be, and whatever, you know, super important stuff, government stuff, yeah. The closest thing to being, you know, listen, Russ, the closest thing you have been in to this situation is sitting in any room with a table and chair. Okay? There's no... I mean, the closest thing to being in a room like this would be when I was interviewed by NIS for top secret clearance. And Jim Smyth just goes, oh yeah? Well, anyway, we're going to conduct a pretty thorough interview today. You know, he can't completely ignore him because that would be rude, right? He doesn't want to be rude, but he also doesn't want to let Russell Williams hold on to any notion that he's holding the nuts in the room, okay? He says, oh yeah? Acknowledges it and moves on immediately, not giving one extra second for Colonel Russell Williams to be boss. No boss. No boss colonel. No boss no more. Let's see it again.
You ever been interviewed by the police in a room like this before?
I have never been interviewed like this.
Oh, no? Okay.
No.
Let's get this set up here.
I guess the closest to interview by NIS for top secret clearance.
Oh, yeah? All right. Well, again, Russell, I appreciate you coming in. An investigation like this, I mean, I'm sure you can appreciate it's been big news, especially down Belleville way.
You see what I mean? Obviously, Jim Smyth is one of the best operators they have on the OPP, right? Fantastic guy. This guy really listened in training and gave it everything he got. He's got natural ability, but he's also highly trained, right? And experienced. Fantastic guy. But clearly he came into this interrogation interview prepped, possibly did dry runs, you know, with co-workers. You know, you be Russell, I'll be Jim Smyth, and this is how we're going to play it. You know, rehearsals. He came in prepped. But what we just saw, there was no prep for that. There was no notion that Russell Williams was going to go, no, the closest thing to being in a room like this was when I was interviewed by NIS for top secret clearance. Because I'm a colonel. You know, that was him totally thinking on his feet. And it's just one of the things, a very early indicator that we are dealing with a fucking pro, and I love it.
And, you know, obviously our approach to cases like this is that we don't give up on somebody being alive until we get evidence that they're not. So because of that, we're treating Jessica's case as an emergent situation, obviously. Yeah. So we're fast-forwarding things that we might normally take our time with. And that's why we're here on a Sunday afternoon. Sure. So, again, I appreciate it.
Okay.
Just on a cosmetic level, I noticed that Patricia Burns has already pointed out something that we definitely need to discuss, which is his hairline. It's unfortunate. I mean, what do you do with something like that? We already discussed what Levente, what was his last name? You know, the Hungarian kid we watched the other day who killed his mother. We discussed what he should do. Just shave your head. You know, you're doing a comb-over that's so dramatic it looks like an ocean wave with the tide coming in, okay? And you should just shave your head. Give it up. Shave your head. But Russell Williams has already, you know, I mean, it's not a shaved head. It's not like a skinhead, but it's like a number one. His haircut is a number one all over. Military man. What are you going to do with this? Is he supposed to shave the front bit with a razor? Then it'll grow back even more bushy. And he'll be stuck again with the same thing in 2 weeks or less. I mean, it's really unfortunate. I'm thinking, you know, a hat, a constant hat. Not necessarily a military airman hat, but, you know, maybe a what's a hat that he could wear? Pork pie? A pork pie hat, like Walter White.
Fast forwarding things that we might normally take our time with, and that's why we're here on a Sunday afternoon.
Sure.
So again, I appreciate it.
Okay.
We're going to do a pretty thorough interview today. Okay, and the reason for that is because the last thing we want is to be calling people back again and again and again. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to go over a number of things, and I'm going to explain what all those are to you. Okay. I'm a big coffee guy. I don't know if you're a coffee guy or not, but I didn't want to drink in front of you. So
No, I appreciate
No, I am a coffee guy, actually, yeah. What are the chances? What are the chances? I am a coffee guy, actually. Be funny if he said, no, thank you. It inflames my stomach lining. Would it be too much trouble to ask for an herbal tea? Something with elderflower? Elderflower tea with a little lemon would be great.
that.
all right, go ahead.
I could definitely. Are they black?
Yeah, they're just black with sugar.
Are they black? Are they black coffees? This is a coffee? Can I talk about meaningless, pointless details to hide my nervousness? Is it in a cup? Is this it? In the cup? Black? I am a coffee guy, actually, yeah. Big coffee guy. Big coffee colonel. Colonel of coffee.
Yeah, a little bit.
Sorry, what? Sorry?
Gum. Just
Oh,
a
okay.
fresh piece of gum.
Well, there's napkins there.
Fresh piece of gum. Ah, that's so funny. Oh, fresh piece of gum, and then I'm offered a coffee. What a to-do. What a to-do.
I'll toss it over.
I appreciate that.
All right, and again, like I said, this interview is going to be very thorough. But again, I have a simple rule when I talk to people. It's I'm sure you're the same way. I treat people,
Every Canadian is the same way.
everybody with respect. I don't want to ask if they do the same for me. So what we're going to do is we're going to start off.
Just on that, guys, I think, is this our first time in Canada on this channel? Wow. I think it is. Fantastic. We're going to be spending some time here. You guys have really weird crimes as well. That's fantastic. But, just on a side note, I think the Canadian attitude really factors in to this interrogation from both standpoints, from Detective Sergeant Jim Smyth's standpoint and also Colonel Russell Williams' standpoint. Now, it may be that there's an underlying professionalism to their conversation because we're not really dealing with your average street criminal here. You know, this is a decorated military official, and if he isn't respectful, I mean, you know what I mean? That it just wouldn't. His whole thing about military status, hierarchy, you know, it's the chain of command, right? You have to respect the chain of command. He's dedicated his professional life to this concept, and it would be really strange for him to break that and not respect the detective. But they're also both Canadian, and Canadians have this polite manner, as far as I'm concerned, most of the time. So it really factors in as part of the police tactics from the Detective Sergeant Jim Smyth's perspective, and also from the eventual confession of Colonel Russell Williams. You know, it's really done politely, really Canadianly.
By going through what your rights are, okay? Just like everybody else, okay? Have you ever been read your rights before?
No.
I'm sure you've seen it on TV a whole bunch of times, but that's usually the American version, so I'll go over with you briefly, okay? Basically in Canada, as you know, I'm sure, is we all have our rights guaranteed under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, okay? Now, Russell, just to avoid any confusion, because people do get confused when they're talked to by the police, is that
Look, Addie Zanone's become a fantastic new member, so welcome, Addie. So good to have you aboard, Addie.
You're obviously not under arrest here today, okay? Anytime you feel you want to leave here, you feel free to do so. The door's not locked. Teresa will walk you down the lobby anytime you want, okay? If there's anything that comes up in our interview today, Russell, that you feel you want to talk to a lawyer about,
Okay.
You just let me know,
Sure.
okay? And the reason for that is I want to explain to you exactly what's going on here, okay? Jessica Lloyd is one of 4 cases that we're currently investigating, okay?
Right.
And essentially what's happened is over the past about 4 or 5 months,
Yeah.
there have been 4 occurrences, that, like I said, that we're looking into. 2 of those occurrences occurred in September of 2009,
Yeah.
and very briefly, they were up in the Tweed area.
Yeah.
They involved somebody entering 2 different women's houses in the evening hours and committing sexual acts.
Yeah.
Okay. In November of 2009, a young lady by the name of Marie-France Como.
My people.
Yeah, was found murdered in her home in Brighton.
Yeah.
And we believe that there was a sexual component to that crime as well.
Okay.
And then most recently we have Jessica Lloyd's disappearance.
Mhm.
Okay, so essentially when you're looking at those kind of crimes, we're looking at
Patricia Burns says, Baby doll, he is a serial killer. Well, I agree, but I will say that most, what do you call it? Usually, I think a minimum of 3 murders is the qualifier for a serial killer. But this guy who killed 2 really showed no signs of changing or slowing down. In fact, he was escalating things quite rapidly. So it's pretty certain, as far as I'm concerned, that he would have killed again multiple more victims. You know, that was his new basic, you know, the level of fix that this guy needed for whatever hunger that was filling. You know, I mean, what's more? I mean, God knows. So I think it's fair enough. We can call him a serial killer, Patricia Burns.
a number of different potential criminal charges. All right,
Absolutely.
we're looking at issues all the way from the most serious one, which is first-degree murder, kidnapping, sexual assault, break and enter with intent to commit sexual assault, forcible confinement. Okay, and so what I want to make sure you understand, and this is what we've been doing with everybody we've been talking to, is that clearly when we find out who's responsible for one or all of those crimes, they could be charged with one or all of those offenses, okay, whether it's you or whether it's anybody else, right?
Absolutely.
And that's why it's important.
Whether it's you or not you. I mean, you know, I'd be like, hey, what do you mean whether it's me? You think it was me? I thought you asked me to come down here to ask some questions about Marie-France Como. Now you're saying if it's me? What is this?
That we make sure that people understand what they have to do and what they don't have to do when they're talking to us, okay? So as I said before, any point today you feel the need, you want to speak to a lawyer, you let me know, and we can take you to a room where you can do that in private, okay?
Okay.
Do you have your own lawyer?
I have a realty lawyer, but
Okay.
no, I don't have a lawyer.
All right. If at any point you want...
Oh, I'm just such a normal citizen. Yeah. I'm such a normal citizen. Why would I need a lawyer?
Make that call and you don't know who to call, we have a phone list of lawyers that are available to give you advice free of charge right over the phone. Okay. So again, if at any point today you want to take advantage of that, you just let me know.
Sure.
Is there any reason you want to call a lawyer now?
Nope.
Okay. A couple other fairly simple and straightforward things that you probably understand, but again, we go over them to make sure everybody's clear. Is
Don't forget to smash that like button on your way in, folks. You know you're going to do it at some point, so you might as well get it done. Like. Thumbs up. Show me your big thumb. Where is your big thumb?
you don't have to speak to me today, okay?
Okay.
And the reason for that is because the law considers me to be what we refer to as a person of authority, okay? Probably similar to what you may be considered to be on the base.
Yeah, the law considers me to be a person of authority. You got that, boy? Probably a little bit similar to what you may be considered as on your little base over there. You're in my house now, okay? I am the person of authority. The law considers me to be the person of authority. You're person of authority. That's how we're going to play this. But really softly and gently, because we're in Canada.
And because of that, I can be compelled to appear before any judge in the country, basically, to account for what takes place here today between you and I. Okay, and that's the reason why everything's recorded, because there can't be any more accurate record than that, right? So.
No, understood.
And the other thing I want to make sure you understand is that you mentioned a second ago about Miss Como being one of your work associates. So I don't know what's happened since November on the military side of things. But what we want to make people clear on is that if you have been spoken to by any person in authority or any police officer about any of those cases, I don't want what they may have said to you to make you feel influenced or compelled to say anything to me today, okay? Whatever you might have felt influenced or compelled to say to them earlier, you don't have to repeat it to me and you don't have to say anything further, okay? But obviously what you do say, for the third time is being recorded, right? So.
Understood. These first two attacks happened not that far from my place in Tweed. Well, the second one did.
Yeah.
We didn't even know the first one had happened, but I understand.
Thank you so much, Amanda, for those 2 beautiful cups of coffee. I am a coffee guy, actually. Yeah. Hey, I should grab that for the ad, for the commercial. Russell Williams saying, "I am a coffee guy, actually." Yeah. I'm a big coffee drinker. I don't know if you like coffee. You want coffee? I am a coffee guy, actually. Is it black? Is it black? Just black. Thank you, Amanda. Oh, hey, is that Amanda Chapman? Oh, we got an announcement. We got an announcement coming up, guys. But not right now. Let's do a bit more of this first. Get things rolling. It's a long video. Where's the play button?
And that was reasonably close as well, but the second one was very close.
Yeah.
So certainly at the time, the OPP did a door-to-door.
Yeah.
And within a couple of days, probably the same night, so I spoke with a couple of guys then.
Okay. Yeah, and I'm aware of that from looking at the different cases. And essentially, Russell, in a nutshell, that's what we wanted to...
Oh, sorry, that's not Amanda Chapman. That's the other Amanda. The Amanda the. Thank you, Amanda the. Very, very appreciated, Amanda.
To talk to you about, okay? Those 4 cases are of concern to us. And, you've kind of almost hit the nail on the head about some of our issues that kind of make us want to talk to Russell Williams, okay? Because essentially, there was a connection between you and all 4 of those cases. Would you agree? Geographically,
and then I guess I drive past. Yes, I would have to say there's a connection. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why I'll be quite frank with you. That's why things kind of evolved when the officers talked to you on Thursday night.
Okay.
We kind of went from there because when I think you discussed with them the fact that you were a colonel at the base.
I was in uniform at the time, so...
Yeah, so pretty obvious, right?
Yeah.
So essentially, then the connection with Miss Como was made. And I believe you're a door or 2 down.
I've just had a thought. Do you think this guy... I've never thought this before over the years that I've been watching this video. Do you think he wore some of the underwear that he stole under his military uniform at times? I bet he did, right? Like while he was flying a B-52 or a C-130, he's in a bra and pants of a 14-year-old girl.
From one of those 2 incidents in Tweed.
3 doors down.
Walking up the runway with a wedgie, a thong wedgie.
Yeah.
Very close, absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. So those are some of the issues we wanted to discuss with you.
Yeah.
Okay. So just getting back to these 4 incidents that we're talking about, maybe you could just give me a little bit of history as to your arrival in the base in Trenton. When did you start working there?
Friday on the day I was...
Okay, first non sequitur. When did you start working there? He meant, as a career. And then Russell Williams goes into, Friday on the day I was at home with the stomach flu.
Friday on the day I was at home most of the time. Most of the day I had a sort of a stomach flu.
Okay. In Ottawa or Tweed?
Tweed.
In Tweed? Okay.
Yeah.
So we backtrack then. So all day Friday, you're at home.
Yep.
Yes. Who said that? Julia Rock, who rocks. Yeah, they both went. Paul Bernardo and Colonel Russell Williams both went to Scarborough University, or whatever it is, but at different times. And there's no reason to believe that they ever encountered each other or knew each other, but they did go to the same school. But a lot of people did.
And then, what time do you leave to go to the base to sleep there on the Friday night?
Not sure. Probably just went in for just before bed. So I probably left Tweed at between 8 and 9 or so.
Okay. And you get to the base and spend the evening there and get up for the 5:30?
Yep.
Okay.
That's right.
So we backtrack from there. When did you arrive at your home at the cottage? I don't want to get confused between your home in Ottawa and the home in Tweed. So,
no, I had been in Tweed all week.
Yeah.
The week prior now. Yeah, I think that's the case. I was in Tweed all week. Flew Saturday. Headed to Ottawa Saturday night.
Okay. So if you didn't have the stomach flu on the Friday, what was your schedule that day?
8, really.
Okay.
What would have been my schedule? Just a standard schedule in the office.
Okay, here is a picture of Russell with the Queen of England. Oh, God. Hey, who knows what the royal family get up to?
Okay.
So, ops brief in the morning, couple of meetings. I can't remember what the specifics were going to be.
Okay, so Thursday night you slept at Tweed? Or you...
Yep.
All right. And what did you do Thursday during the day?
Thursday during the day I was at the base again. I think it was a fairly standard day. I can't recall exactly, but yeah, nothing. I was not flying, so I was at the base. So I would have gone in early in the morning, back in the evening again.
Okay. Do you remember what time you left the base that night?
I don't remember anything peculiar, so I would say, I don't know, probably 7 to 9, somewhere in that range.
Okay. And that's when you left?
Left the base, yeah.
And what it was?
That's a 45-minute transit. So
45 minutes home?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, I'm not going to walk you through November, but I'm going to take you to a date that's probably pretty...
Hey, Crime. We're in your neck of the woods tonight, Crime.
fresh in your mind, the day that Marie Franz coma.
Yeah.
Do you remember how you found out?
I do. Yeah, I was sent an email. Well, as soon as the ops staff and the base learned, they told me.
Okay.
So I got an email. I can't remember if it was late at night or early in the morning. It was certainly, I saw it, I want to say first thing in the morning, because I had just come back from Ottawa. I was in Ottawa for a set of meetings on one of the days. I can't remember what day of the week we're talking about, but yeah, no, I mean, obviously when your people gets killed, it gets your attention, so.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I very much remember that coming in.
And how did you know Marie Franz coma?
I'd only met her once. She was on a crew I was on just after I got to the base.
Okay.
So I can't even remember. I think it was a one-day trip. I did a number of trips in Canada transporting troops sort of first leg out of Edmonton. We tend to hopscotch them across until they get into theatre. So anyway, I can't remember which trip it was, but we did a number of them out to Edmonton just to pick up the troops, bring them to Trenton, and then put a fresh crew on, and because we'd fly out and back in the same day, so pushing the edge of that, and fresh crew on, and they'd continue on after a couple hour delay.
Okay. Do you know roughly when that happened?
Though we were on the same crew?
The time you met, or the one time there, yeah?
It was soon after I got to the base, so I don't remember exactly, but I would say in the first couple of months, so August, September.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, you got that email notifying you that something had happened.
Yeah.
Do you have any kind of a clear recollection as to how your schedule was going?
Yeah, they burnt his uniform and they crushed his medals. Just bent them all up. I mean, it was a serious, I don't know. I mean, just a disgrace to Canada in general, right?
That week?
Well, I can't remember what day that the message came in. Just a second. No, I can't remember what day of the week, but I just think there was a whole bunch of activity spun up as a result, obviously. No, I can't remember the day of the week. I'm just trying to think through the news reports I read. No, I'm sorry, I can't remember what day that was, but what we learned after the fact was that the MPs had learnt of her death, I think quite a bit after her body had been discovered.
Okay.
People are saying in the chat that he's way too calm. Well, I mean, he would be highly trained in how to stay calm in a stressful situation. I think at the moment his behavior is pretty much on point with what you would expect. I think the chewing gum is a bit of a nervous tell. I'm not sure that's in the stay calm in a crisis military training guidebook. Chew your gum rapidly and thoroughly. That's a bit of a tell to say you've got nervous energy going on that you're trying to get rid of through the excessive movement of your jaw. And we see it.
So I think what happened... No, sorry, just a second. Okay. So I think, if I remember correctly, the MPs learned late that evening. Can't remember when, obviously, her body was discovered. It was probably in the news reports. But so they learned, and then they passed it to ops, so they immediately passed it to me.
Okay.
The MP...
And I think he's doing a pretty good job with this, right? You see, he's talking about a woman who he held down, videoed the murder. I mean, it was a brutal murder. There was duct tape on her mouth and nose, and there was some point where he leant down and whispered something in her ear, and you couldn't hear it, but there was video. And then after that, after he whispered something in her ear, Marie-France Como was saying, "I don't want to die," giving the impression that he was taunting her psychologically, like saying that you're going to die, something like that, something horrible, right? He's been through all of that with this person that he's now discussing, and he's discussing when he heard of her murder. I think I got an email, and what's been happening on the military side. Well, the MPs said this and that. He's going through all of these things clinically, right? As a superior officer of the military base who has an additional interest supposedly in finding justice for one of their, whatever you might call it, military colleague. He's holding it together pretty well at this point. Of course, he hasn't been confronted with any evidence yet. Jim Smith's been laying on a few questions, like whether it was you or not you, but definitely if it was you. I'm a big coffee guy.
He's worked for the wing operations officer, so they go, through their chain of command, and then as soon as the duty watch officer had that information, she advised me.
Okay. So again, that
along
particular
with,
week,
along with some others.
Right. I'm sure it spread like wildfire.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that particular week, do you have any recollection? Well, for instance, when you got the email,
Yeah.
do you remember where you were?
I was at home in Tweed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you remember if that was a week that you were reasonably stable in Trenton, or had you flown?
No, I had been in Ottawa. Earlier in the week for some meetings over in Gatineau for one of the. It's actually for the C-17 acquisition. I was project director when I was here in Ottawa for that, so just some follow-up stuff for that.
Okay.
So I had been here at some point in that week. Again, I can't remember how the days all fell together, but
You know what? I bet he tried to steal a bra from the Queen. Imagine that. What a collector item that'd be for him, I stole and am wearing the bra and thong of Queen Elizabeth II. Wow. He tried to get into that hotel.
I seem to remember that I got this word shortly after having...
Oh, Your Majesty, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were in here. I just wanted to let you know that I wanted to ask you if you would like a drink before takeoff.
Come back from Ottawa. It seems to me it was the same week.
So if we were to do a similar investigation in your background, is there anything you can think of that anybody may have misinterpreted, or anything in your history that somebody might say Russell Williams
Absolutely
did this?
No.
Okay.
Hey, thanks, Tarantina. Yeah, that's a good one. I am a coffee guy. Russell Williams t-shirt. Our very first Russell Williams t-shirt idea, guys. And I love it because it's not anything to do with a rape or a murder. It's just, I am a coffee guy, actually, yeah. Is it black? Is it in this cup? Can I drink it?
Be very boring.
What's that?
It'll be very boring.
All right.
Your history. Yeah, just a normal, boring citizen. I got on a career path and stuck with it. I have a cat called Chico.
Because essentially that's what I'm looking at. Is it? You seem like a very intelligent person, and I think you can see how a surprise like that would.
Ooh, look, the ego up technique. You seem like a very intelligent person, Russ. Can I call you Russ? You seem like a very intelligent person, and you also seem like a big coffee guy.
Certainly set off some alarm bells in our investigation, right? Okay. So the next thing we need to cover off is, I'll just ask you this straight out. Given the types of crimes we're investigating, do you get much chance to watch television shows, CSI, things like that?
I do watch... I prefer Law and Order, but I do watch CSI occasionally, yes.
Okay.
Listen, Russell, we're not actually talking about TV shows. We don't give a fuck if you prefer Law and Order over CSI, okay? All you need to know is we're about to start talking about insane forensic technology, okay? That's what's coming. That's what's coming when we ask the question about... You've seen shows like CSI where They show you on the show all of our amazing forensic capabilities and what we can do with evidence to test. You've seen those shows, right? Well, I prefer Law and Order, but I like to watch Law and Order, and I'm a big coffee guy, and sometimes I have a coffee when I'm watching Law and Order.
So you have an idea of, obviously, the forensic capabilities, things like that are out there. What would you be willing to give me today to help me move past you in this investigation?
What do you need?
Well, would you be willing to supply things like fingerprints, blood samples,
Sure.
things like that?
Yeah.
Okay. Footwear impressions?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I think that's what we're going to...
Again, just amazing tactics, okay? You know, this is why I really wanted to do, and we may still do, a watch through of this video while we are also referencing... Where's that book? Who wrote that book? Where's that goddamn book? This one, Joe Girard. How do we show this book? Joe Girard with Robert L. Shook. How to Close Every Sale. We need to do a cross-comparison analysis of this interrogation with this book. Because this Jim Smyth guy is the best fucking salesman I've ever seen. You know, he's brilliant. He does every single tactic that is in this book, you know. What he just did there was, what would you be willing to give me today to move past you in this investigation? What would you be willing to give me? Well, would you be willing to give me things like, oh, I don't know, fingerprints or blood samples? You know, both of those are fairly innocuous, general-sounding things, right? Non-specific. That's in any investigation that's mentioned, right? But a less common thing to mention is footwear impressions, right? And footwear impressions, given the fact that Russell Williams came to this interview in a rush and is wearing the very same boots he wore to go and abduct Jessica Lloyd, the girl that they're still looking for that hasn't been found yet. You know, he's wearing those boots now because he was so rushed to this interview. If he'd have had more time to prepare, he'd have probably not worn those shoes. He's very detail-orientated, very conscious of, you know, he's a military man, for fuck's sake, a highly trained military man. But Detective Sergeant Jim Smyth knows that in sales, if you've already got one yes or several yeses out of a person, there's almost a pressure on the buyer to keep saying yes. If you're in the habit of saying yes, you know, you sit down with a salesman, the first 3 questions or 4 questions will be things that are definitely going to be a yes. You know? And then the next question will be, so, do you want to buy this thing? You want to buy this product? This is a great product, right? You want to buy it? Oh, I want to see Jim Smyth on a sales floor selling timeshare. Just sell some fucking timeshare, man. He'd be great at it.
We're going to ask you to do.
Okay.
All right. Now, we have a process we have to go through to do that.
Okay.
And for the blood sample, I don't take the blood sample. We have specially trained officers that are trained to do that.
Okay.
I'm going to step out and make sure they're still available.
Can I assume you're going to be discreet?
It's possible. Yeah.
Because, you know, this would have a very significant impact on the base if they thought you thought I did this.
Well, bottom line, Russell, that's one of the reasons we're here on a Sunday afternoon.
Okay.
The military certainly be of great assistance to us, especially in relation to Miss Como's investigation.
Mm-hmm.
So that's certainly one of the things that went into our decision to give you a call at home today and see if we could deal with this today.
Okay.
So, okay.
it's tough to undo the rumor mill once it gets started.
The rumor mill. Where did we hear that? Oh, Stephanie Lazarus the other day. Everybody go and check out the Stephanie Lazarus video that we covered the other day. Very good video, very good video, very good video. On our channel page. And if you're enjoying this content, please remember to support the channel with leaving a like on the video, share, subscribe, leave a comment. And also, support the channel with super chat, super likes, super thanks, super stickers. And also, buymeacoffee.com on buymeacoffee.com/truecrimemetrics. Patreon memberships in the description for the video. Merchandise for sale at merch.truecrimemetrics.com. And what else do we have? Discord. Fantastic Discord. Everyone join Discord where, you know, things get discussed. There's a lot of pictures of cranberry sauce. At the moment, a lot of people are making cranberry sauce. They're putting it into jars, photographing it, and sharing it with us on Discord, which is great. You know, it's a little sideline. It's Thanksgiving coming up, so we've got lots of cranberry sauce pictures, as well as conversations about crime. And, social networks, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, X, whatever. I don't buy into that. It's fucking Twitter. Leave it alone. Yeah, but the best way to support the channel is on buymeacoffee.com/truecrimemetrics.
I appreciate that.
Okay. Now that you've had some time to, I know we've been throwing a lot of things at you here, but now you've had some time to think about things. Is there anything that you're concerned about that buckle swab matching in any of those 4 residences? Is there... I guess... Let me explain what I'm getting at here, Russell, okay? This is a significant...
Oh, that was a moment, wasn't it? I mean, I would be. If I were Colonel Russell Williams and we'd now gone on to me volunteering my DNA. And also, Russell Williams knows that it was snowing outside Jessica Lloyd's house. He knows that that is the main emergent situation that is unfolding before, you know... tragic as it is that Marie-France Como is dead, brutally murdered. Was she raped? I think there was a sexual component to that as well. Horrible. They've got to find that killer. But Jessica Lloyd is missing. And although she may be presumed dead, as Jim Smyth said at the beginning of the video, we don't give up on someone not being alive until we get evidence that they're not. And we don't have any evidence that she's dead. So she could be alive, and that is what we are here on a Sunday for, pulling out all the stops. There's 50 people in the next room working this case, you know. So Russell Williams knows that that is the major point of interest for the police investigation, and he is wearing the same fucking boots that he wore to walk to her front door when it was snowing. He's thinking, has it snowed since? Maybe there was an early thaw, you know. No, Russell, they've got your boot prints and you know it, and they're closing in. You're thinking, how can I get rid of these fucking shoes? So his whole demeanor's changed now, right? Arms folded all of a sudden. He's quietened up a bit. Where's his gum? I didn't see him get rid of his gum. I think he swallowed it. Just a side note on swallowing things, guys. When this guy went to prison to live the rest of his life, you know, of course in Canada you're eligible for parole after 25 years for any crime, but there's no reason in the world to believe that he's going to achieve that. He'll die in prison for sure. So what did he do in jail to kill himself? He swallowed the cardboard roll inside a toilet paper roll. There's a cardboard tube. He swallowed that, stuffed it into his esophagus with the hope that it would close his throat and he would die. I mean, full marks for originality, but man, I would think that there's a softer way. I think I'd rather open my wrists than do that, and that's pretty, you know, that the thought of that's pretty brutal, you know. Hanging. I mean, why do you have to stuff a toilet roll down your throat? That sounds horrific. And the guards jumped on him and got it out of his throat. I mean, what a scene that must have been.
What do you need?
Well, would you be willing to supply things like fingerprints, blood samples,
Sure.
things like that?
Yeah.
Okay. Footwear impressions?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Check. Looks down at the boots. Oh, shit. Why did I wear these shoes?
I think that's what we're gonna.
Oh, look, Soap, there's a brand new member. Who is it? Spacey Dove is a member. Fantastic member, Spacey Dove. Welcome. You're at home in the nest. Oh, it's taken so long to get through these comments tonight. I knew this would be a lot of comments on this one. Russell Williams brings in the troops.
Going to ask you to do.
Okay.
All right. Now we have a process we have to go through to do that.
Okay.
And for the blood sample, I don't take the blood sample. We have specially trained officers that are trained to do that.
Okay.
I'm going to step out and make sure they're still available.
Can I assume you're going to be discreet?
It's possible. Yeah.
Because, this would have a very significant impact on the base if they thought you thought I did this.
Well, bottom line, Russell, that's one of the reasons we're here on a Sunday afternoon.
Okay.
The military certainly be of great assistance to us, especially in relation.
You see, in Russell Williams' mind, that was a very well-placed question, wasn't it? You know, can I assume you're going to be discreet? Because this would have a very significant impact on the base. Because I'm so important that I could have a very significant impact on the base. So, you better be discreet. Don't tell anybody you think it was me, because that would have a very significant impact on the base.
To Miss Como's investigation, so.
And it wasn't bad. It wasn't a badly placed question. It was actually quite good. I mean, he does pretty well until all the evidence starts coming out, and then there's really just it's like, here's your shoe. You see that little mark on your shoe that obviously only exists on your shoe? It's amazing, I mean, Detective Sergeant Smyth will go into it, but footwear impressions. All right, it's not exactly like fingerprints, but if you think about it, a boot, the kind of marks you get on a boot, the wear, the cracks in the sole, it really is unique. What are the chances that you'd have two pairs of different boots that had exactly the same wear markings? It's impossible.
That's certainly one of the things that went into our decision to give you a call at home day and see if we could deal with this today.
Okay.
So, okay.
Oh, thanks, Derek. Thanks, Derek. So the audio on the video is louder than my voice. We can turn that right down, Derek. Let's see.
Because it's tough to undo the rumor mill once it gets started. But I appreciate that.
Okay.
Hopefully
Now that you've
that's
had some
better,
time
Derek.
to, I know we've been throwing a lot of things at you here, but now you've had some time to think about things. Is there anything?
I think I've taken it down 2 decibels.
You're concerned about that buccal swab matching in any of those 4 residences? Is there? I guess. Let me explain what I'm getting at here, Russell. Okay. This is a significant investigation, as you can well imagine.
Yeah.
That DNA is going to be significant in our investigation, both quite possibly to help you, quite possibly to help us.
Understood.
I don't know yet. I don't know what the result is yet.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll go back to the example I gave.
Nice little subtle reminder that we're not friends, huh? We're adversaries. Okay. Quite possibly to help you, quite possibly to help us, because those 2 things can't happen simultaneously, because we're against each other. It's either going to help you or it's going to help us. I mean, you know what I mean? There's a subtlety there's a subtlety to that statement, that because of the subtlety, it makes it even louder than an open accusation, open, forceful statement. It really is interesting. The subtlety makes it more prominent, right? That could only happen in Canada. In the States, they'd be leaning across the table, beating it with their fists, going, we think it was you! Tell us the truth!
Because it's a very similar issue, I think. And you talked about the idea of discretion here, okay? Mm-hmm. You talked about the idea that, I think hopefully you appreciate the fact of how we approached you here.
Yeah, absolutely.
And essentially, we have no issues with that, okay? We talked recently about, the whole idea of any unusual sex acts in your history. Mm-hmm. But another thing that can often happen in cases like this is
Guys, spare me the details of that. I don't want to know about this guy's unusual sex acts in his history. Thank you.
People become concerned about things like extramarital affairs, indiscretions along those lines. Is there any contact that you may have had with any of those 4 women that you may not want your wife to be aware of? Anything like that that we should know about to try and explain why, if your DNA is found, it would help us understand why it may be there?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Can you think of any reason?
Again, pretty good response, Russell, I gotta say. And a good area for him to channel his kind of uncomfortability with the situation. I can't believe you just said that. An extramarital affair? Sexual contact with a co-worker? Are you insane? I'm Colonel Russell Williams, and I'm a coffee guy.
Why we would find your DNA in any of those residences? Let's focus on, well, for instance...
Clarissa H. Hello, long time no see. Where you been?
I believe. Let me just check the name there, make sure I've got the right address. I'm talking about the house that was just a couple of doors down from you there in Tweed.
A couple of doors down was Lori. I don't know her last name. I don't know.
Mazzacati?
I don't even know what her last name is, but there's the woman down the road.
Mazzacati? Where's that name from? I suppose it's Italian.
Doors down. Her name is Lori. I don't know her last name.
All right, let me just make sure we're on the same page here. Okay. My understanding is she lived at 76 Cozy Cove. Yeah, so she would be the second one. The second incident on your road there.
Yeah.
A couple of doors down. Ever been in her house?
No. We met her once, I think the first summer we were there, so in 2004.
Okay. And that's what I'm getting at. Again, this is a credibility issue, right?
Yeah.
Because I don't want to come and see you 2 weeks from now and say, Russ, our CSI people in that house. And are you familiar with how DNA works?
I think broadly, yes. I would guess so.
One of the challenges we have in 2010 with DNA is it's become so precise that I guess the best way to explain it is I can think back 15 years ago when I started in...
Yeah, I saw that right in Shotgun, and I made an adjustment. Hopefully it's better now.
In violent crime investigation, for us to get a DNA match, the sample we had to find was, probably would have filled half of one of these cups. Because they destroy so much of the sample in the testing.
Okay.
Essentially, DNA has become more and more precise to the point where, when you and I walked in this room earlier today, we could have sat down, talked for 30 seconds, walked out. CSI officer could have come in 3-4 days from now, done some swabs here, and he would have found your DNA and my DNA, and probably a lot of other people's DNA.
Sure.
A little bit gross to think about, but essentially, as we talk, a little bit aspirate comes out of our mouth that contains our DNA, our bloods, or our skin cells contain our DNA, and that's what I'm getting at. If you were ever in Lori's residence, quite possibly, quite innocently, your DNA could be in that residence. Has there ever been a time you've been in there?
No.
Okay. What about the other lady down the road on?
I hadn't even heard that name, so no, I don't actually know who that was.
Okay. Have you ever visited Marie France Como at her residence?
No.
Okay. All right. So you're quite positive there would be no reason why your DNA would be in any
Absolutely.
of those 3 locations. Okay. Did you know Jessica Lloyd even in passing for any reason?
No, I didn't hear her name till it was on the news.
Okay. And the reason I'm asking that is because I know you were asked that question on Thursday night, and sometimes what we find, and again, this is one of those situations that can sometimes cause us to get into a lengthy investigation as somebody that maybe doesn't deserve it. But what can happen sometimes is somebody gets stopped by the police like you did, and they get asked that question, and people, when they're stopped
Thanks, Clarissa H.
by the police, they can be nervous, okay? So they blurt out an answer, and then they start driving away, and they go, oh, why'd I do that? Because the problem is that once they get asked again, then they feel compelled to maintain that answer for fear that if they change their answer, somebody could find it. You understand what I'm saying?
I do.
Okay. So I want to make sure that's not happening here. I don't care what you said to the officers on Thursday night last week. If there's any communication or contact between you and Jessica Lloyd, you've seen her picture, right, around town?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Ever seen her before?
I don't. No, I would say I have not.
Okay. All right. All right. And you mentioned something about doing some renovations at your property in Tweed there. I think you said something earlier about tearing up carpet. Correct me if I'm wrong, but
Oh yeah.
okay. When did all that happen?
In 2004 or 5.
Okay. Any recent renovations?
No.
Okay. All right. Just want to make sure I'm covering all the bases here.
Victoria girl, we just got to get through this one, It's been on the shelf for so long, and I've been putting it off because I'm like, oh, with a video this good, it really deserves a proper episode. But I guess we're going to call this a warm-up episode. We're going to come back to it with a real episode, a really great one, with a theory. But we're just going to watch it through tonight. I was going to watch it anyway, so I just thought I'd watch it with all of you and see what happens.
What kind of tires do you have on your Pathfinder?
I think.
Fucking Pathfinder. Why don't you get a real truck, man? He's such a safe bet guy, isn't he? He's like, well, we went to the dealership and we looked at the statistics and we said, which is the safest long-term bet for a vehicle that will retain value over time. He couldn't get anything cool, It's like he's looking at the Silverados and he's like, well, you lose $5,000 every time you gas up. It's in value. So the Pathfinder, we decided to go with the Pathfinder.
I think they're Toyo.
Okay. Do you know the brand name or the
I think that
make?
is I don't know. Sorry, the make is Toyo.
Yeah.
I don't know the model.
Okay. Let's see. I'll read this off to you, see if it rings a bell. Ever heard of, does Toyo Open Country HTS
That sounds
make any
right.
sense?
Yeah.
Okay. When did you have those tires put on your Pathfinder?
Well, it's the second version we've had of them, so I think it might have been this past fall. They replaced other ones we'd had on the same.
Okay.
Well, Toyo, I can't say that they were exactly the same model, but our dealership here in Ottawa says they're very popular for the Pathfinder, so
Okay.
and they were good. They lasted a long time.
All right. I've had to. I think you were talking about the whole idea of the MPs helping us with our investigation, stuff like this. You have the same system as we do at our headquarters with the swipe cards.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things one of our investigators did is they made a call while I was talking to you there. because we were trying to work through that week of the 23rd of November.
Okay.
23rd being the Monday, 24th being the Tuesday.
Okay.
What they've told us is that, and I want to make sure I get this right, is that on the 23rd, your swipe card was being used at the base. Okay.
Okay.
On Tuesday 24th, there was no use of your swipe card.
Okay.
And then on the following days, the Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, there was what appeared to be average.
Detective Smyth, he was at home with the stomach flu. What are you not understanding about that? That is an innocent alibi that can't be verified. Okay? But this is a colonel. Colonel of CFB Trenton. Okay? Get real. It's not him. It's not him.
Average activity of your swipe card on the base. Does that make sense to you?
It does. That says that I was in Ottawa on the Tuesday.
Okay. Do you remember where in Ottawa you were?
Yeah, I was in Gatineau with, as I said, meeting about the C-17.
Okay. Now, again, I want to be fair to you here. We're going back 2 months.
Yeah.
Are you sure that would have been the day you were in Ottawa?
Well, only because I wasn't at the base.
Okay.
So I can't remember, honestly, that's the day I had the meeting in Ottawa, but if I wasn't at the base, it was because I was here.
Okay. Now, if that is the day you had a meeting in Ottawa, do you remember being at the base on the Monday, the 23rd, and swiping your card in and out? Do you remember what you would have done that evening to get to Ottawa for that meeting? Like, would it be...
Yeah, the way Marie-France Como discovered him in the basement is the stuff of nightmares. Wasn't she naked as well, Victoria? Girl? Monica? Whatever?
I drove to Ottawa in the morning of the day of my meetings.
Imagine that. You're trying to get your cat upstairs from the basement. You're shutting down for the night. Probably just had a nice bubble bath after a long day on the base. And... you have to go downstairs to get your cat, and then this big guy in a balaclava hits you in the head with a flashlight. Drags you up the stairs.
So if it was the Tuesday, then I would have left Tweed. It was a very foggy morning.
Okay.
That morning. And I drove in that morning.
Okay.
So I would not have been at the base the day I was in Ottawa, because the meeting started at 8:30 or something.
Okay, so you leave the base, you would have went home to your residence in Tweed.
Yep.
And then you left Tweed in the morning and drove up to your meeting in Ottawa.
Yep.
Okay. You leave the meeting in Ottawa is a daytime meeting, evening meeting, or do you remember?
Yeah, it was a daytime meeting, finished, I don't know, mid-afternoon or so. Okay. We had lunch and then finished. I think my wife and I had dinner because she was here for work, and then I headed back.
Okay. Well, these are the kind of things I'm trying to draw out here. That's helpful to us. Do you remember where you had dinner?
Well, I don't remember exactly the restaurant, but it was in Westboro because that's where our house was being built at the time. So we had dinner, in a restaurant that we would expect to be able to frequent once the house was finished.
Okay. Remember how you paid?
One of us would have paid.
What was that? He was in Gatineau. His wife was there for work. And they decided to have dinner before heading back to Tweed in a restaurant that they would expect to be able to frequent. I mean, that just seems excessive with the detail.
Do you remember where you had dinner?
Well, I don't remember exactly the restaurant, but it was in Westboro because that's where our house was being built at the time. So we...
Westboro. Let's look that up.
Had dinner, in a restaurant that we would expect to be able to frequent once the house was finished.
Okay. Remember how you paid?
One of us would have paid by MasterCard. Yeah.
Okay. Are you sure about that, or?
Ooh.
Pretty sure. That's normally how we...
Westboro looks nice. Next to the Ottawa Hospital Civic Campus. Right on the river, too. Nice. Good one.
Okay.
We paid for meals.
All right.
Can't remember if it was me or my wife that paid, but one of us.
Okay. And do you remember which restaurant it was again?
No.
Okay. All right, and you see what I'm getting at, right? I mean, that can be very helpful for us because if we can track that issue, right? We can put somebody paying for a meal at a location.
Well, I was meeting with 15 people or so that day. So
okay, and what time did the meeting end?
I would say between 3 and 4.
Okay, and are you sure that that's the same day you went out with your wife?
Well, I think so. Yeah, because she was here, and I think that was the day we went to this restaurant in Westboro, yes.
Okay. You finished dinner, and do you remember what you did that evening?
I would have driven back to Tweed.
Okay. And you would have... Now, again, I know we're talking 2 months ago here, but do you remember specifically having dinner and then driving back to Tweed, or do you remember... are you just guessing here?
No, I'm not really guessing. I mean, I believe that this night at this restaurant was following the meetings in Ottawa.
Mm-hmm.
And I, kissed my wife goodbye and headed back to Tweed to go to work the next day.
Okay. All right. The tires that you have on your truck, right? The reason I asked you about that is there any time, I mean, you recall where you were stopped by the officers there?
Yes.
Okay. Did they explain to you what this...
That's a good idea, Victoria girl, but do you really want to be in the position of having put a letter into a postbox and then for the next several weeks you'll be thinking, is Russell Williams wearing my panties in prison? That's going to ruin panties for you forever, Victoria girl. Don't do it.
Significance
So
of
that was her
location?
house?
That was her house,
Yeah.
okay. So you remember that location?
Yep.
Do you remember what the crossroad was, or?
I don't think there was a crossroad. It's sort of just on the south end of 37.
Okay. When you get stopped at that location, has there been a time in the recent 1 or 2 weeks that your vehicle has left that road for any reason whatsoever? Have you driven into a field with your vehicle at all? For any reason you can think of?
No.
Okay. Because I want you to rack your brain here. This is important.
Again, we've got an actual chessboard game, and I'm not saying that as a metaphor. It is literally like Detective Sergeant Smyth is moving pieces, and it's like Russell Williams is down to the king and one bishop. Not even a bishop. One pawn on the board, and he's just trying to run over here, run over here, run over here. Detective Sergeant Jim Smyth is closing in to checkmate. It's coming quickly. I mean, what are you going to say? Is there any reason at all that your car may have left the road parked in a field? At this point, he knows that his tire, the cogs in Russell Williams' head have been turning all this time. He knows that he's in this room because of what that cop found when he scanned the tires of his Pathfinder. Detective Sergeant Jim Smyth has just said, Toyo, does Toyo Open Country ATS sound familiar? He knows it's, they've got your boots, they've got your tires. It's you're done. But if he says, yeah, I left the road, well, for what? Why would you leave the road? Why would you leave the road and park your truck in the field next to the girl's house, the one that we're looking for, the one that's missing?
So, is there anything you can remember doing that, would have caused you to drive off the road at that section of roadway?
No, that's the early part of the highway, and I'm just heading north. It's about 30 minutes from there to, probably 20 from there to my house.
Okay. Would it surprise you to know that when the CSI officers were looking around her property, that they identified a set of tire tracks?
Harley D, I don't think anyone else is experiencing those problems with the sound cutting in and out. If anyone is, please let us know in the comments. Whenever someone's reported that in the past, Harley D, they've had great success with closing the YouTube app or browser tab, depending on your device, and coming back in and playing the video again. So if you try that, maybe the problem will have gone away, just gone away.
Tracks to the north of her property. Looks as if the vehicle left the road and drove along the north tree line of Jessica Lloyd's property. Okay. They took they examined those tire tracks, and they have contacts in the tire business. Obviously, tire tracks are a major source of evidence for us.
Sure.
Hi, Maria.
Shortly after this investigation started, they identified those tires.
And hi, Linny and Laura. Laura, close the YouTube and open it again. That should be okay. We do have dropped frames. But I also just moved the cell phone to point right up to the satellite, or whatever it is up there. So hopefully, yeah, if there's any audio problems, guys, please let us know in the comments, and we'll do whatever we can to create the perfect true crime metrics viewing experience for everybody.
Tires as the same tires on your Pathfinder.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? Really? Well, I think I want to go now. So the tires on your Pathfinder, they were an exact match to the tire prints we found in the field. Let's just see this again. This is where Detective Sergeant Jim Smyth just starts to drop it all, right? Drop it all.
And drove along the north tree line of
The highway, and just head north. It's about 30 minutes from there to...
Head north. You know, this guy is a pilot, a military pilot. He knows he thinks in terms of nautical directions, right? North. And in a minute, Detective Sergeant Jim Smyth is going to say the northern tree line. And anyone else, a normal person, would be like, northern tree line? Well, what the fuck does that mean? Which way does the sun go down? Is that east? No, it's west. Okay. No one thinks like that, apart from a pilot or a merchant seaman.
probably 20 from there to my house.
Okay. Would it surprise you to know that when the CSI officers were looking around her property, that they identified a set of tire tracks to the north of her property? Looks as if the vehicle left the road and drove along the north tree line of Jessica Lloyd's property. Okay. They took they examined those tire tracks, and they have contacts in the tire business. Obviously, tire tracks are a major source of evidence for us.
Sure.
Shortly after this investigation started, they identified those tires as the same tires on your Pathfinder.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. One of the other...
Okay. So that's big, massive piece of evidence number one. Tires, perfect match. Really? Okay. He just sort of closes off, doesn't he? He doesn't respond to that in any way. Which, I mean, what would the perfect response to that be? You're sitting in a room with a homicide detective, and he's just said to you, the tires in the fields next to the abducted girl's house are a perfect match to your vehicle. The perfect response would be... The perfect response would be, well, what do you mean they're a perfect match? You mean they're the same model? Because, I mean, I know from the dealership that, I mean, he told me that this is the most popular model for this type of vehicle. It's practically on every... That's why we got the tires, because everyone loves these tires. It's the best. There's thousands of cars with these tyre prints. What do you mean it was an exact match? I'd want clarification. That would be the perfect response. Not, really? Okay. He just completely ignores it. He hides. He should come up front.
One of the other things
Hey, Victoria Girl, look at that fantastic, very much appreciated super chat. Thank you for making my night. You make our night, Victoria Girl. Thanks so much, Victoria Girl. Monica.
they do to try and identify the type of vehicle that may have left those tires, well, is they do two things. They talk to witnesses, okay? There was a female police officer that actually drove by that location that evening and recalls seeing an SUV type vehicle in the field to the north of Jessica Lloyd's house, consistent with a Pathfinder. Okay. Could maybe consistent with.
Oh, and hey, thanks so much, Laura Lee. Yeah, no, that's fantastic. How about that? We got two Canadian treats at the same time, pretty much exactly the same time. Wonderful, guys. That's gonna really help our maple syrup supply.
With other things, but consistent with a Pathfinder. And they what they also do to try and identify the type of the vehicle is they look at what they call the wheelbase width, okay? Because different vehicles, different makes, models have wheelbase width. So they can take those two sets of tire tracks, measure the distance between them, okay, and determine what the width is, and then they can enter that into a vehicle database, and it will spit out the types of vehicles, okay? Your Pathfinder's wheelbase width is very, very close to the width of the tires.
I love it when cops over-explain things with really obvious names. So, what the wheelbase width is the width between the base of the wheels. We saw it the other day with Detective, I forget his name, but in the Levante case, where he's like, yes, and there's also a device on patrol cars called a license plate reader. And what that does is it reads the license plates. Hey, Averill Mayer, 5 cups of coffee. Thank you so much, Averill. Our very own homegrown Spacey Dove. Oh, hey, that's what I wanted to say. We've got to do an announcement, guys. Just a brief announcement, because we've got a brand new, top of the table, able to persuade all. View my page. Coffee, coffee, coffee. Check this out. How do we do it? We go here, and then we go here. Browser. Show coffee. We have to give a special thank you, shout out to our good friend. Oh, why can't I scroll on this bastard thing? What's the deal with that? No. Ah, man, what a fucker. Okay, right. I know you people don't want to watch me fuck around with this. I know what I'll do. I'll take a screenshot. This is so high tech, oh my gosh. Okay, and now local file, browse, desktop, and this one. Ha! We win. There. Look, we've got a brand new, top of the table, Amanda Chapman, first place, top supporter in the last 90 days, who got us, oh, it's not on here, but got us 30 cups of coffee. How about that, folks? That's how you support a channel. Well done, Amanda, on becoming first place coffee supporter in the last 3 months. Second place, fantastic riding shotgun. And third place, the wonderful Leslie B. Very much appreciated, guys. And congratulations, Amanda. And thank you so much for the 30 coffees. That's one for every day of December, apart from the last day, which doesn't matter. Fantastic. Wonderful stuff. Thank you so much, Amanda. And everyone else. Okay, let's get back to it.
That were left in that field.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you have any recollection at all of being off that road?
I was not off the road, no.
I was not off the road. I'm sticking with my story. I was not off the road. That's one thing he does. He really doesn't backtrack at all, and change his story. Until, of course, he says, yeah, it was me.
Okay. All right. Russell, is there anything...
But he's already realised at this point, right, that he's not walking out the fucking room. Yeah? The tyres are an exact match. They've just done your blood, DNA, fingerprints, and footwear impressions. Your DNA is probably all over Marie-France Comeau's body, right? I find it really weird that if you're a cop, they don't just have your DNA. I think that's, or a military personnel. They should have everybody's DNA, right? I mean, if you're a criminal, they do.
You can think of, let's go talk about Marie-France Comeau for a minute, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Is there any reason at all you can think of that during our investigation, obviously we're searching computers, things like Blackberries, right?
Mm-hmm.
Electronic devices, looking through houses for things that are in handwriting, written notes, diaries, things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm not at liberty to tell you what the content was, but is there any reason at all you can think of why Marie-France Comeau would have specifically referenced you in some of her writings?
Not at all.
No?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. Is there anything that she ever said to you that led you to believe that there might be some...
Maria Gabriel says, Carla, he's a cross-dresser, not trans. Well, he would be a transvestite, wouldn't he? Would that qualify as a transvestite? I mean, I know he's not transgender, but he could be trans something. Vestite, whatever that means. Well, it means you vest, like dress, to dress, isn't it? Vestite, to dress. Oh.
Something more than a passing interest with her towards you?
Not at all. No, we spent, one flight together talking. I'd go back occasionally and talk. No, if that's the case, that's very surprising.
I don't think it's the case at all. He's saying, would it surprise you if Marie-France Comeau referenced you in some of her writings? There's never been anything produced to verify whether she did or didn't. But I think that's a bluff, right? It's a bluff.
Okay. All right. You have any questions for me right now?
No.
Okay. I'm just going to step out and see how things are going, okay? I mean, it is a Sunday, but there's probably 60, 70 people working on this file, so there's a lot of things.
Dossier technique. There's not 60 people working on this file. There's one guy next door with a typewriter slowly changing a light bulb.
Things happening.
Sure.
So let me go out and see what's happening, and then I'll come back in and we'll hopefully continue, okay? I told you when I came in here that I'm going to treat you with respect.
Oh. You see, this is another thing. Detective Sergeant Jim Smyth does wonderfully. Non-verbal communication. Now, I know that he is talking at this moment, but that's not what Russell Williams is picking up on. Check out Jim Smith's body language. Just this look of disappointment, right? Frustrated disappointment. It's like when the teacher in school is pissed off at you. They come in with this withdrawn, like.
Sure. So let me go out and see what's happening, and then I'll come back in and we'll hopefully continue. Okay? I told you when I came in here that I'm going to treat you with respect, and I've asked you to do the same for me. We talked about the whole idea of how we've approached you here. Okay? The trying to be as discreet as possible. Mm-hmm. Okay? But the problem is, Russell, is every time I walk out of this room, there's another issue that comes up. Okay? And it's not issues that point away from you. It's issues that point at you. Okay? And I want you to see what I mean. Mm-hmm. All right? This is the footwear impression of the person who approached the rear of Jessica Lloyd's house on the evening of the 28th and 29th of January. Yeah. Okay? All right? Now, I want you to keep in mind that this is slightly smaller, okay, in scale. Okay?
Okay.
All right? That's not to scale. The footwear is actually bigger.
Okay.
If you look here on the ruler, you'll see that 1 inch is just slightly smaller than an actual inch. Okay? But this is the way it prints off on the computer.
Yeah.
I'm going to move this over so you can see what I mean. All right?
Another great tactic, how he's taking the time to go over details like that. I mean, that was a... You know, that's there for a reason. It sounds like he's... What are you telling me that for? I get what scaled down means, but he's really thorough. And he's thorough. He's going, listen, this is actually not to 100% size. This is the way it prints off on the computer. And if you see there's a scale there. And if you look at that scale, you'll notice that 1 inch is actually just a little bit smaller than an actual inch. But this is the way it prints off on the computer. Now, all of that stuff it's almost like inducing hypnosis, right? It's just putting out some kind of content, again similar to sales tactics. You know, you're getting the guy used to the sound of your voice and almost drawing them in to this mundane, monotonous droll, so that when you hit them with a fact that matters, it comes out of nowhere. It's almost like hiding in a bush and then jumping out. You know, the verbal. I mean, it's not nonsense. It's just kind of filler. That's creating the bush for his accusation to hide behind. Because if he was just silent, there'd be no bush. And when the accusation does come out, Russell Williams would see it coming. He'd be waiting for it. But this bush that he's creating with his look, that's 1 inch, and you'll see that it's smaller than 1 inch, but that's the way it prints off on the computer. It's not to scale. It's not to 100% scale. All of this is brilliant. There's many tactics in this interrogation that I've never seen before, right? Or since, in any interrogation. And they're just, you know, the colleague, also Ontario Provincial Police, in the Michael Rafferty case out of Woodstock, Ontario, he does this thing of this just constant filler. You haven't touched your donut. What he was doing, he was looking at child porn. And whether you were looking at child porn and you decided you were going to try this, it's like, it's just this on and on and on and on and on and on. And suddenly there's an accusation jumping out at him from behind a bush of words.
Because essentially, when you're dealing with footwear impressions, we have a gentleman on the OPP who's basically world-renowned. His name is John Norman. And
everybody on the OPP should be world-renowned, especially their fucking forensic psychology department. It is amazing. It is the best intersection between law and psychology. It is the best intersection in the world between the law and psychology, hands down. Hands down. Congratulations, OPP. You rock at that shit. What's the other one? The girl, the Vietnamese. I think she's Vietnamese. Pan, Jennifer Pan. That one as well. Amazing tactics, massive psychological warfare. I mean, it's fantastic. OPP, how did you get so good? And why are other people not doing exactly what you're doing? It's the best.
And essentially, with footwear impressions, you're in a situation where you're pretty much.
Don't get me wrong. Okay, I'm going to stop interrupting in a moment. All right. Go down to the Colorado Bureau of Investigation. What they did with Chris Watts. Fucking incredible, but you know, it's that was very, very good. That was very, very good, but that was seriously high profile. I mean, there was 2 kids, a pregnant wife. I mean, that they obviously they bring in big guns for that, right? But the standard level of general, whether it be American cases or anywhere else in the world, apart from the OPP. It's they're better. You know, we see good stuff in other places too, don't get me wrong, but just so many consistent strong wins with the OPP.
Much in the area of fingerprints. Okay, and essentially what we're talking about here is, especially when you start adding in other pieces of information that support an investigative position. Okay.
Yeah.
This is a photocopy of the boot that you took off your foot just a little while ago, okay? Now, I'm not an expert in footwear impressions, so I rely on the experts. Footwear impressions are very much like fingerprint comparisons, okay? You take a look at this print, and again, this is one print. This person walked through, there's several different prints to compare, so we're going to get features off of one print to compare, features off another print to compare.
Yep.
These are identical. Okay. Your vehicle drove up the side of Jessica Lloyd's house. Your boots walked to the back of Jessica Lloyd's house on the evening of the 28th and 29th of January. Okay. You want discretion. We need to have some honesty. Okay? Because this is getting out of control really fast, Russell. Okay, really, really fast.
Another great choice of words. This is getting out of control real fast, Russell. He's a pilot. He's a military pilot. His whole basis of being is having things under control. You know, it really matters when you're flying a plane.
This is getting beyond my control. All right, I came in here a few hours ago and I called you the way I called you today because I wanted to give you the benefit of the doubt. But you and I both know you were at Jessica Lloyd's house, and I need to know why.
It actually looks like Russell Williams is staring at the chessboard with his 1 king and 1 pawn. You know, Detective Sergeant Jim Smyth has just set up 2 bishops, a queen, a rook, and a knight, all checkmating him to fuck, right? Russell Williams has 1 more move, but that 1 more possible move is a move towards certain defeat. Right? And he's thinking, where is it? Can I take it? Is there 1 move? Is there something I could do to defend? Nothing you can do, man. It looks like he's looking at a chessboard. Completely fucked. Even the way his head moves is like, that's what you do when you're looking for the move in chess, right? That's so funny.
I don't know what to say. That's
Well, you need to explain it, because this is the other problem we're having, Russell, okay? Again, these decisions are made by me. Right now, there's a search warrant being executed at your residence in Ottawa, okay? So your wife now knows what's going on. There's a search warrant being executed at your
I know, Victoria Girl. I listen to this too to go to sleep all the time, you know, and other things. It's like a guided meditation. What is the deal with that? Why is it so soothing for me to listen to a homicide investigation, you know, of brutal murders, sexual assaults, and, you know, it's just, he's got a very calming voice. I think it's the strategy that brings you some semblance of peace, you know.
residence in Tweed, and your vehicle's been seized, okay?
Oh, wow, listen to that. That's a big one. Your vehicle's been seized. There's a search team at your house.
What's going on? There's a search warrant being executed at your residence in Tweed.
There's a search warrant being executed at your residence in Tweed. You know, that's where he killed Jessica. Smashed her head in with a flashlight. He's like, oh, I was surprised that her skull gave way. Yeah, I bet. That's what happens when you beat a woman's head with a heavy flashlight filled with those big batteries. I mean, what does that thing weigh? I assume he means like a mag light. That's got to be at least maybe 10 or 12 pounds.
And your vehicle's been seized, okay? You and I both know they're going to find evidence that links you to these situations, okay? You and I both know that the unknown offender, male DNA, on Marie France Comeau's body is going to be matched to you, quite possibly before the evening's over. Okay.
Yeah, Ryan Olson says, check out the Toronto van rampage by the killer incel from 2018, Minassian. Yeah, that's a great one. I've seen it, and it's a very good example of autistic spectrum disorder in a legal situation. Yeah. We will check that out.
Okay. This is a major investigation. The Center of Forensic Sciences on call 24 hours a day helping us with this.
Mm-hmm.
The Center of Forensic Science, this is a major investigation. The Center of Forensic Sciences is on call 24 hours a day helping us with this. That's like the dossier technique times 1,000,000, huh? I mean, what are you going to do against the Center of Forensic Sciences? They're on call 24 hours a day. Hey, California Amy, how you doing?
Your opportunity to take some control here and to have some explanation that anybody is going to believe is quickly expiring.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? We're applying, the investigators now applying for a warrant.
I know, okay. And the worst thing about Jessica Lloyd, I'll see if I can find the picture in a minute, but there's a picture of her holding a chocolate Labrador puppy that, you know how there's kind of different shaped Labradors somehow? There's like, seems to be breeds within breeds. Well, this one that she's holding looks exactly like Soap did when she was maybe 1, 2. So it's personal for True Crime Metrics.
Warrant to search your office. All right, these aren't decisions that we can say yes or no to. This is the practical steps in an investigation like this. And Russell, listen to me for a second, okay? When that evidence comes in, when that DNA match, when that phone rings and somebody knocks on this door, your credibility is gone, okay? Because this is how credibility works, all right? And I know you're an intelligent person and you probably don't need to hear this explanation, but I also know your mind's racing right now, okay? Because I've sat across a lot of people in your position over the years, okay? The bottom line is that as soon as we get that piece of evidence that solidifies it, DNA, okay? As soon as the expert in footwear impressions, the expert in tire impressions, calls and says, yes, I've examined those and they're a match, it's all over. Because as soon as that happens, where's your credibility? Where's your believability? You're just another, and again, don't take this wrong, okay? But you can see if you step outside this room in your mind and imagine how people are going to view you, okay? If the truth comes out after the clear evidence is presented to you, when you finally go, okay, I'm screwed now, what are we going to do? Russell, you know there's only one option. What other option is there?
What's the option?
Well, I don't think you want the cold-blooded...
I don't think you want the cold-blooded psychopath option. There you go. Look, okay, maybe not... I mean, maybe 6 months. That is a young dog. But Soap looked just like that when she was little. And doesn't Jessica look nice? Just a nice Canadian with a dog and a Pontiac. What is that? I don't know. Maybe a Pontiac. A nice Pontiac.
Psychopath option. I might be wrong.
Oh, that sent a chill down his spine, didn't it? I don't think you want the cold-blooded psychopath option.
Russell, you know there's only one option. What other option is there?
What's the option?
Well, I don't think you want the cold-blooded psychopath option. I might be wrong. Okay, because don't get me wrong, I've met guys...
Yeah, right, Riding Shotgun. We should have Canada Day once a week. Once a week we're going to Canada. Or is that too much? Maybe we should spread it out a little more. How about on the first and third Saturdays of the month? We'll see. We'll work it into the schedule, whatever.
Guys who actually kind of enjoyed the notoriety got off on it. Got off on having that label. Bernardo being one of them. I don't see that in you. If I saw that in you, I wouldn't be back in here talking to you, quite frankly. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you got me fooled. I don't know. This is over. And it can have a bad ending where Jessica's parents continue to wonder where her daughter's lying.
Yeah, and Kelly, we need more pictures of Timber on the Metrics Pets Discord section, room, area. You know, and anybody else, join Discord and send us pictures of your pets. Doesn't have to be a dog or a cat. It could be an African grey parrot.
And I don't know. I mean, obviously, there's a huge search still underway, and it'll continue. It'll continue until her body's found. That might even happen tonight, for all I know. once that happens, then I don't know what other cards you would have to play. So what are we going to do? Russell. What are we going to do?
Call me Russ, please.
Okay. What are we going to do, Russ?
Call me Russ, please. You know, I find that interesting. I find it interesting that that's important to him right now. You know, and it's not to establish some familiarity with the detective. You know, it's not like, hey, listen, you don't need to call me Mr. Williams. You can call me Russ. It's almost like being called Russell is a traumatic memory for him that he wants to stay away from, especially in this moment. You know, when he's under this pressure. I'm not saying that this is the case with Russell Williams, but just in general, like if he had a very controlling mother that would call him Russell when she was mad and then beat him with a shoe, then possibly that being called Russell would be uncomfortable for him throughout life. Why is he saying, call me Russ? I think that there's really something to that. Something that's not delved into and doesn't really need to be, but I do think it's a point of interest, at least for me. Well, thank you, Patricia Burns.
Is Jessica somewhere we can find her easily? Like, is this something where I can make a call and tell somebody to go to a location and they're going to find her, or is this something where we have to go and
Wow, we're only 45 minutes into this video, guys. We must have been doing a lot of talking tonight.
take a walk?
Oh, sorry to pause, but yes, Dellen Millard. Great story, that. That just goes on and on, that one. What a freak that guy was. Yeah, good interrogation too. We'll come back to, yeah. Hey, we're doing this Canada Days. Yeah, regular Canada Days. I think it's important.
Which direction are we heading in here?
Ah, Laura, not many Canadian interrogations are public, unfortunately. I don't know, I can think of at least 15 off the top of my head, maybe more. Should keep us going for a little while. Rocky Rambo, Waynham Cam, Dellen Millard, Michael Rafferty, is it Eric Massini? I can't remember his name. You know, the autistic guy that ran over those people in Toronto. There's a good interview with Paul Bernardo while he's in prison. What else? Jennifer Pan. Basil Bukowski, was it? But I don't know if I can suffer through that guy again. I think that was in Canada. He was annoying as fuck. There was that one with the rich family, with the family, they made Moosehead beer. That's Canada. I think it's up in Halifax. Yeah, there's a fair few Canadian interrogations that we can cover. Oh, the pig thing as well. Yeah, that's good. Picton.
Russ, maybe this would help. Can you tell me what the issue is you're struggling with?
I agree. The two. USA is serial killer country for sure.
What's the issue you're struggling with?
That's an interesting point, Angie. I think he knows that an attorney's not going to help him, and it's almost like a samurai warrior who's been defeated in battle and now needs to run the sword through their belly because they, you know, I mean, he's got this almost honorable thing, if that's possible. Maybe I'm overusing the word or misusing the word with this guy, but you know, it's sort of like he knows he's caught, and the thing to do is to admit he's caught. He's been bested fair and square, you know, and if you don't accept that, you're a sore loser. And that's not the mark of a good military man, you know. It's like if Russell Williams went bowling with Detective Sergeant Jim Smyth, and Jim Smyth bowled a perfect game. Which he did. He absolutely did. A 300. And Russell Williams went, no. I was robbed. You know, it just wouldn't be the honourable thing to do. You know, it's just taking him some time. And take all the time you need. You know, you're standing on the precipice of telling us all about what you did. It's amazing how open he is about it as well. And it's because Jim Smith has made him feel comfortable. There's one point where Russell Williams says, listen, I only want to talk to you. You know, Jim Smith has created this relationship where Russell Williams feels like he can say what he's done. And that's an amazing, that's another thing that wasn't needed. Wasn't needed for Jim Smith to do that, but it's a plus, right?
It's hard to believe this is happening.
Why is that? Why is it hard to believe?
It's just hard to believe.
Whose decision was it? And we're going to find out the answer to this anyway. But whose decision was it to issue the directive to the base personnel that nobody had to speak to the police and to seek legal counsel before they were questioned? It's
I don't think that was...
My understanding that direction came from somebody that reports to you. What do you think they're going to say, Russ?
No.
What do you think they're going to say? All right, and let's step back for a second here, okay? I really don't think it benefits you or makes you look any better to start debating the little issues, okay?
No, but that is news to me.
Okay.
I have a legal officer that reports to me who may have given that direction.
Okay.
But that's the first time I've heard it. If that's true, that's the first time I've heard that.
All right, and that may be the case, but...
It's amazing the dynamic here. Jim Smith is telling him off, and Russell Williams is accepting it. Remember what Jim Smith said at the beginning? The law considers me to be an authority figure here. Probably a little bit similar to what you are considered to be on your little base over there that's not here, where I am the boss. He's so the boss.
How does it look? Right? We're not even dealing with something that's really even evidence because it's not needed. I mean, when you have DNA and all this other stuff, that's not even.
What
really
was the
an issue.
direction?
I don't recall, but it was something along the lines of telling the people on the base that they weren't required legally to speak with police and they should seek legal counsel before they decided to speak. But
well, if that was actually said, it would not have been to the base at large. It may have been to the individual, the boyfriend who was the suspect.
Okay, my understanding it went out to all personnel.
No, absolutely.
Maybe no, only under your command. I don't know.
It didn't.
Okay, that's fine.
I didn't ever see it.
That's fine. Now let's get back to the issue. What's that?
So you talk about perception. My only two immediate concerns from a perception perspective are what my wife must be going through right now.
Yeah.
And the impact.
His wife must be freaked the fuck out, man. A huge team of forensic crime scene investigators have come to her house, shown her a court-ordered, signed paper, probably explained to her, listen, Russ is downtown and he's not going to be back, so we need to come in here and gather evidence about the rapes and murders that he's been doing. Heavy, right? I mean, what do you do with that. You know when the plumber comes into your house and you spend the whole morning worried, right? Like, oh, he's coming in and I've got to put this here, and I should offer some coffee or something. It's just a stressor, right? And then he gets there and he gets his fucking tools out, goes under the, it's a whole thing. That's bad enough. But a forensic crime scene investigation unit with those little, what do they call them? Like shower caps that they wear over their shoes, walking around your living room? That'd be a nightmare.
This is going to have on the Canadian Forces.
Where do we go? Russ, is there anything you want from me? Is there anything you want me to explain? Is there something missing that you're struggling with that I can shed some light on for you?
I'm struggling with how upset my wife is right now.
Russ, what are you looking for?
Like, did he not think of this when he was carrying out his compulsive acts? Like, if I get caught, and most people that have this sort of compulsion to take more, greater and greater risks, like driving to the scene in my own car, leaving my footprints in the snow, clumsily driving through a police barricade where they're testing everybody's tires, being absent from the base on important dates within the investigation, blah, 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 blah. If you're going to be that sloppy, I mean, people go on and on about how he's so meticulous. Oh my God, he's so meticulous. He takes care of the details. No, he's just another fuckhead that couldn't control this strange urge he had. And, I'd love to hear some opinions in the chat about really, what is the motive here? What is the need? He's targeting women, okay? Obviously, there's a sexual component to this, but is it really about the sex? It seems more like control. Right, just control. And the act of performing sexual acts is just a very enlarged portion of control to have over someone. Invading someone's body intimately is a far greater control than just tying someone up, for example, right? It's not actually the sexual gratification that he was seeking. Just the control. And a lot of his victims that survived said that he was strangely caring, reassured them. There was even a case where he provided aspirin or something to one of his victims that was having a migraine or something like that. I can't remember the exact details, but even Jessica was telling him that she was having a seizure, and I don't believe that she had seizures in her history. It was more than likely a attempt at a tactic I think she was saying, oh, this has happened before and I need to get an injection from the hospital or something like that. Got to go to the hospital. It was like she was hoping that he'd drop her off at the hospital. But he talked her through it. He reports this, but it sounds believable that he talked her through it, you know, to calm her down. So he's got this strange modus operandi where he seems to be somewhat caring for his victims, more so than other perpetrators of these kind of crimes tend to be, I believe. What else? This motive, so it's women, it's control. This again brings me back to something that what he said with the "Call Me Russ," and possibly that being rooted in a controlling mother that referred to him as Russell when she was being controlling. You know, hatred of women, control over women, thereby having control over his mother, if that's the case. It's just that thing about "Call Me Russ, please." It really strikes home with me that could be an indicator of his primary motive within this whole situation. And then the dressing up in the clothes. Now, does he want to dress up in women's underwear? Or again, is that like the nature with the sexual assaults, where it may not be about the sexual acts themselves, the gratification of sexual acts? He may not actually want to dress up in their clothes, but to wear them and to take them, again, could just be a version of control that he thought was good, right? It's pretty interesting. It's hard to kind of say with clarity, absolute clarity, this is his motive, because it's unusual, right? That everything he's doing is pretty unusual. What else did I want to say? And the thing about Marie-France, that was, by all accounts, his nastiest. You know, he really, you know, he got really brutal with her. And probably she may have recognized him, could identify him. I mean, that's the first one he killed, right? So he could have killed her. He might have killed her out of necessity for fear of identification, or because she's military and has her own training in self-defense tactics, I would imagine, more so than his other victims that were just civilian women, young women. Well, not all of them were as young as Jessica Lloyd, but you know, I think they were civilian women, put it that way, not necessarily trained or able to defend. But Marie-France maybe put up a fight and didn't accept his control. So as having control is his MO, he had to up the stakes and get tough, get big man on her, beat, you know, kill her brutally, and then that becomes his the thing he needs, right? The new baseline. It went from snooping to stealing to psychological torment to sexual assault to rape to murder. Yeah, well, I'm kind of getting lost in my own thoughts here. Let's continue with the video.
I'm concerned that they're tearing apart my wife's brand new house.
So am I. But if nobody tells them what's there and what's not, they don't have any choice. Computers will be brought to Microsoft in California. They'll be picked apart. You can't erase things from computers. It doesn't happen. I'm sure you've seen that. I'm sure that's pretty common knowledge these days. It just doesn't happen. They sell programs that to try and help people clean their computers of stuff, and our guys are pulling that stuff out all the time. The FBI is pulling that stuff out all the time. This investigation will end up costing no less than $10 million. Easy. And they will say no to nothing. Any request this major case manager makes on this case, they've already been told it's approved. Don't even bother asking. So what am I doing, Russ? I put my best foot forward here for you, bud. I really have. I don't know what else to do to make you understand the impact of what's happening here. Did we talk?
I want to minimize the impact on my wife.
So do I.
So how do we do that?
Well, we start by telling the truth.
Crime and coffee, that sounds ominous. What are you doing? You're getting your hand grenades ready or what?
Okay.
Okay. So where is she?
Got a map?
Get a map.
Is she close to where she lives? I've got maps of that general area.
I love this. I know it's 2009, so it's a few years ago, but you know, Google Maps was a thing. It was on people's phones, okay? Was it? Yeah, 2009, I'm sure it was.
Which town is she near? Why don't we start there?
I'm not sure if you give me a map of that covers Calagar down to the highway and over to Tweed and south, I'll show you.
Let me see what I got here. I might have something. Is she inside, outside?
Outside.
I love it when Detective Sergeant Jim Smith comes back with a map and Colonel Russell Williams just looks at it and goes, no. No good. I need a proper topographic map. I am a pilot, and this map is get me a real map.
It's probably the biggest area I have there, Russ.
Yeah, you need more. You need a real map.
So where am I going on here?
We're not flying there, Russ. You can do it on that. Come on, just give us an idea. You know, you could just tell us. Does it have to be a map? He's like hanging on to this thing of I am a pilot, I am a navigator.
We get to her.
In this block here.
Okay. So you're pointing to
a detailed map of that area, and I'll show you where she is.
Okay. Is she close to a road?
Yep.
All right. Is it something where is she buried, or is she somewhere where if you walk there you would fairly easily see her?
It's here.
Okay. So she's south of...
You know that feeling? I mean, this guy's life, he knows that he's just walked down a corridor, right? And the corridor is going to lead to a completely different thing for him and his time on this earth, right? You know those times when you lose a job. That's a good example. You know you're about to lose your job, and you're thinking, okay, so this is probably over. This whole setup that I've got going here, yeah, they're probably not going to want me to come in anymore or pay me any money. And there's going to be a new thing that's unknown and different. Yeah. For the past hour, he's been in the failing relationship mode. He's just been like, no, that's not happening. That's not happening. No, we're sticking with it. And now he's gone into the, okay, I'm waiting outside my boss's office and I am going to get handed a P45. Oh, what do you call a P45 in America? I have no idea. Like in Patricia Burns knows what I'm talking about.
7, east of Tweed, west of 41. And what's this road here?
Not sure.
Neither am I. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay. Do you want any water or anything?
Sure.
Okay, I'll be right back.
I bet he does. I thought he was a big coffee guy. Get him another coffee. Or he hasn't even touched the first one, has he?
How long has she been there for?
A little over a week.
Was it fairly quick from the time she left?
Friday night.
Friday night?
Yep.
So where was she between Thursday night and Friday night?
In Tweed.
With you?
Yep.
How long was she alive for?
Almost 24 hours, not quite.
Okay. Russ? You're doing the right thing here. Okay.
Well, again, my interest is in making my wife's life a little easier. And
Okay.
with her family as well.
Well, we share that
But
interest.
there's no... your time in Ottawa is wasted.
Does he care about Jessica Lloyd's family? I mean, I know it's real easy to say no, 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 but does he? Does he care about his wife? I don't know. I think we'll get to the question about whether we can see genuine regret and or remorse sometime later in the video.
Really? I'll tell you where the memory stick cards are.
Where are they?
They're in the house there, but...
In Ottawa?
Yeah.
Whereabouts?
Some in the camera bag, which they would have found in my office.
Mm-hmm.
And when you walk into the office on the left side, there's a desk of drawers, set of drawers, like a filing cabinet, wooden, IKEA. In one of the top 2 drawers, and there's a plastic divider.
Yeah.
And there's inside there.
There's a cabinet, wooden, IKEA. I'm just picturing him and his wife walking around an IKEA in Ottawa. You know, in the office section, looking at stuff. You know, like you do, you pull out the drawer and you have a look and you get that stupid little paper measuring tape that they have, and you measure it and you say, yes, 33 inches and 5/8. So that should fit in the alcove. Walking around IKEA testing stuff. I mean, everybody does that. Even criminals. Even colonels. Even colonel criminals. Right? You spot a nice chair and you sit in it. And you think, would this be good in our house? And he picks up this fucking IKEA office cabinet, filing cabinet thing, comes back home, lays out all the pieces on the floor, and uses that stupid little tool they give you and gets frustrated with the instructions like everybody. Takes him way longer than he thought it would. And he finally sets it up, and then he puts all of his memory cards of his rape victims in there. I mean, fucking hell.
There are 2 memory cards.
Okay.
Which are blank, but I'm sure they can be
And whose images are on those cards?
Oh, I thought a pink slip was what you got when you changed the title on a vehicle. What do we call that, Patricia Burns? A VC5.
erase them, but I expect you'll be able to draw images of Jessica and I.
What about Marie?
There may be images on there as well.
Okay. And the 2 women from September?
Yep.
Okay. Do you have those images stored anywhere else?
Yeah, there are 2 hard drives in the house in Ottawa. I can draw you a little picture if you like.
Sure. Do you want to do that now while I'm
Sure.
getting them out? Okay. You want anything to eat or anything? Leave that with you. Okay. Sure.
The 2, yeah, they shake hands. That handshake was really important. An amazing move by Jim Smyth. Jim Smyth is disgusted by this guy. But he knows he can't show any of that, right? It's very important for Russell Williams to feel like he's maintaining some sort of respect, even if it's just as a... It's almost like professional courtesy. Again, only in Canada could this happen. You know, he's confessing to the most serious, most horrific types of crimes. I mean, the only thing that could possibly make it worse is if it were to children. You know? And maybe that's where he would have eventually gone. Well, who knows? I mean, this guy seemed to just need more and more and more, which is very much the mark of someone who is operating on compulsions. There is always an extension to the rush, to the need, to the thing. Same with addicts, you know. It's always a bit more, a bit more, a bit more, a bit more. Where does it go? What would have made this guy go, okay, that's enough? You know, there was no coming back. It was escalating quickly.
But I do want to talk to you again.
That's the plan. Okay. I'll be right back.
He's become a completely different person now. You know? And it's almost like he's aware that he's become a completely different person now, and it's almost shocking to him, right? Because all of his what do we want to call it? Let's just say activities. It was all under the cover of night. You know, obviously he had Jessica there for a full day, so it was daylight, but you know, he'd go out and break into places. It was all at night, and there's a separation that can happen there. If you're doing something in the dark, literally, it's much easier. You know, his other side has been brought out of him, you know, by someone else. And he's kind of shocked to see it himself. It's really strange. He's looking up.
How you make it up there? Thank you. Can you make it up?
All right.
There's somebody running around looking for an actual map, but I did the same thing with the Google Maps. Just have to glue them up a little bit more. This is the biggest of the area. This might have better parameters for you. Here's Tweed.
From this intersection on the side of the road.
And what road is that? Kerry? You know, south of, can't read that word. East Hungerford? Does that make sense? Oh, there it is there. Okay. How far off the road is she?
40 feet.
Is she covered with anything?
She's wrapped up.
In
She's
what?
on the surface. Just a gray something or other cover.
Okay. Barry, the obvious question I'm going to have for you is, when they go there, and they'll be there shortly, they're going to find her?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I'll be right back. You look like you want to say something.
Just that this place, my wife, it's been a dream for the better part of a year, so I'm
keen to get them what they need, and so they can leave her alone.
Okay. Well,
Do you really think she's gonna stay living in your panty dungeon? You know, she's never gonna be able to use a computer scanner again. You know, you've ruined that dream, Russ. You, not the forensics investigation unit. You, with your actions. Okay? You've been storing 1,500 pairs of underwear that you stole from your rape victims. But now you've been taken away for murder times 2. I'd say that your wife's house is probably not at the top of her list of considerations, priorities, or concerns at this moment in time. You know? I don't think she'll be going to IKEA for a while. You know? In fact, she's probably going to move out of Ontario completely.
we're going to do our best to keep that as low key as possible. Okay. What do you want to talk about?
Because it's pretty wide open now, eh?
Yeah.
What do you want to know?
Well, do you want to work forwards or backwards?
It's amazing. I guess it's pretty wide open now, eh? What do you want to know? Just talk about taking off the mask. But it's because of Jim Smyth that he's willing to do this. I just find it amazing, you know, that, I mean, I think Russell is about 45, 46 here. And maybe Jim Smyth is a couple of years younger. But they're both early mid-40s, right? They were both born similar time. Right, I know Russell was born in England, but, you know, he grew up in Canada. They grew up similar time, shared events, you know, went through their lives, both went through serious career training, you know. They're involved in complicated stuff, and they've met at this point in this room. You know, I just find that incredible. It's almost like destiny or something.
Doesn't matter.
Why don't we start with Jessica?
Like for the past 40 years plus that they've just been walking their own paths, right? Walking. One of them was over here. One of them was over here. They were going through things, you know. All this stuff that you encounter in your life, in your profession, and on this day, on what is that? March 2nd, 2010? Oh, it's 2010. I thought it was 09.
How does that start for you?
So, in Canada, is it day, month, year? Because it's not July here.
I saw her in her house on her treadmill. Wednesday night, I guess. Then I noticed she wasn't there Thursday. So I got into the house to look around. Then, and then
was she'd come home. So I went back in through the back patio door while she was sleeping.
Okay.
So I woke her up.
Yeah, crime. I was sure it wasn't summer.
Didn't hit her. She only hit her once. Friday night.
Okay.
Well, so I raped her in her house, and then I took her to the car and took her to Tweed. And spent the day in Tweed. And then I hit her as we were walking. She thought we were leaving.
Just imagine saying those words, you know? So I raped her in her house, and then I took her to Tweed. What the fuck? I think it's pretty incredible that he's even able to say that as a sentence. And he appears, maybe it's an act or I don't know, but like he appears to like have disbelief that he's actually hearing himself say that, don't you think? Like it's crazy.
Hit her on the back of the head.
See you later, crime, and good luck with storming the Bastille or whatever you're doing tomorrow.
Okay.
Anything particular?
Well, what did the hit on the back of the head do?
Well, I was surprised that her skull gave way. She was there and immediately unconscious. And I strangled her.
Okay. What did you hit her with?
Flashlight.
Okay. In the house or outside the house?
In the house. Yeah, they'll find signs of that.
Where in the house did this happen?
In the main portion, just in front of the fireplace.
What do you mean they'll find signs of it?
Oh, there's quite a bit of blood. I'd expected to knock her out. But obviously generated a lot of blood.
What did she bleed onto?
The floor. It's just tile floor.
Okay. Did you clean it up or did you?
I wiped it up. I know it'll be easily spotted.
What makes you think that? Like, if I walked in that house right now, would I see it?
You wouldn't see it, not at all, but, you know, the right science will show it, I'm sure.
Okay.
We'll show it.
You wouldn't see it, not at all, but, you know, The right sites will show it, I'm sure.
The right sites, is that what he said?
Okay. So when that happened, did she have clothes on, or was she naked?
Yeah, she was dressed.
Okay. So.
Oh yeah. We should leave that link up on the screen. Is it on the screen? Yeah, please do. Please do consider buying a coffee, or however many coffees you see fit, for True Crime Metrics at what is it? buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrics.
When we find her, is she going to have those clothes on too?
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
A lot of Canadians in tonight, guys. Can we get a Canadian flag from every Canadian in the chat? Because I know many of them. The two, Victoria Girl, Crime and Coffee, Laura. What about Linny? Are you Canadian, Linny? I can't remember.
Marie France Como.
There was an open window in the basement of her house when she was away. I went in there a couple of nights before she came home. Looked around. I went back in there late at night when she was at home.
And this guy was really good at getting into places, right? Without leaving any sign. I mean, he's a pretty bulky guy. You know, if you're a burglar, it's helpful if you're a tiny little skinny crackhead. You know, so you can get into a tiny window or not bend back the screen or whatever it is, you know. But this is a pretty bulky guy, right? Pretty skilled at getting into places, but I think he made that his forte in college with his pranks, sneaking in, you know. Probably can pick locks and that sort of stuff.
She's on the phone.
Veggie Girl's from Canada too. Yeah, we know. I remember that now, Veggie Girl.
In her bedroom.
Toratina, of course. Clues in the name.
She actually discovered me in the basement.
Oh, Anne is from Canada as well. Thanks, Derek.
She was trying to get her cat to come upstairs, and the cat was in the basement, had seen me and was fixated on me in the corner. She couldn't get the cat up, so she came downstairs to try and get the cat, and weren't sure why she came over to me.
Maybe we should do provinces. I know that we've got Banff is Alberta, right? We've got British Columbia, Alberta, Ontario. Do we have Manitoba in the house, or Saskatchewan, or the others?
I guess the cat was staring at me, and she was wondering what the cat was staring at. Lights were on. So when she spotted me, I had the same flashlight. I subdued her. Tied her up. Brought her upstairs.
I subdued her. I was going to make that the text on the thumbnail, but I thought, what did I make it? She was a very nice girl. Thought that was better. I subdued her. He talks in this militant clinical language, like it makes it less horrific if he says I subdued her.
strangled her later in the morning. Well, more suffocated her.
Yeah, just to clarify. And I strangled her later in the morning? Well, to be precise, more suffocated her. Yeah. Horrifically, with duct tape and over her mouth and nose.
Some tape.
I wonder if, Russell Williams knows he's fucked at this point, right? He's never going to see his wife, never going to be outside, never going to eat anything, and all he's got to look forward to is a toilet tube roll in his gullet. I wonder if there's some kind of demonic release happening here where it's like, admitting what you've done. I mean, like a Catholic confession or something, He's obviously been carrying this around, and I think he's probably confused at his own motives. Detective Smyth says, do you know why this happened? Have you spent much time thinking about that? And he says, about why? Yeah. But I'm pretty sure I don't have the answers, and I'm pretty sure the answers don't matter. And in some ways they don't. But it seems pretty genuine. He seems kind of baffled by his own actions and how they've gone so far. That's the thing with compulsion.
Left her there.
How did you subdue her? And when you say subdued her in the basement, what did you do?
Well, I had the same flashlight, and she saw me right away, so it was just I hit her a couple of times and around her head, try and knock her out. Didn't, but she was bleeding a little bit. Eventually, after a struggle, subdued her.
Okay. Any blood from that struggle?
Oh yeah. No, not a whole bunch, but a flashlight did break her skin a couple of times.
Okay.
Neverly, darling, it's gullet with a U, and it's your throat, your esophagus.
What area of the basement did that take place in?
I was hiding behind the furnace, so she spotted me right there.
Okay. Did she recognize you?
No, I had stuff on my face.
Okay. So you go upstairs, and you said she suffocated?
Well, I suffocated her. I put tape on her. I put tape on her mouth, and then I put tape on her nose and held it there so she couldn't breathe.
Okay. What kind of tape was it?
Duct tape.
What happened to it?
Well, I took it with me and can't remember what actually I did with that tape, but probably threw it in the garbage.
Did you use tape for any other purposes?
No.
Okay. Did she ever recognize you through this whole episode?
No.
What did you say you had on your face?
I had just a cover for my head, just a, a sports, pullover type, like just a little cap kind of thing.
Okay.
Just a, lycra or something. And just a headband over my nose and mouth. So it covered most everything but my eyes.
Okay. Now this flashlight, where is that now?
And tweed.
In the house?
Yep.
What kind of flashlight is it?
It's a red 3 double D. I'm not sure what brand it is, but it's a metal, one of these aluminum. It's like a big, I can't remember what brand that little, aircraft aluminum flashlights RDCR. Anyway, it's a bigger one of those.
Did you take anything out of Marie France's house or Jessica Lloyd's house?
Yeah, some of their underwear.
Okay.
That's all.
And where is that?
It's in some...
Here's Marie France. Also looks nice. Just a military woman, Crazy. So she died with this fucking idiot duct taping her mouth, holding her nose, presumably with his entire body weight on top of her, so she couldn't struggle unless she was completely unconscious. I think she was conscious. I seem to remember something that suggested that. I mean, what the fuck? Why would you do that? What is so wrong in your life that you need, that's your thing, You've got to break in to someone's house. He was there a couple of days prior. And that's the thing, he's so good at getting into places, he can come into your house and leave and you won't know anything's happened. I mean, that's pretty impressive.
Boxes in the basement here in Ottawa, in that rec room. So we just moved in, so there are boxes everywhere. So on the same side as the furnished room, sort of in the back against the wall.
Okay. What do the other boxes look like?
I think one's a scanner, the box for my scanner.
In case you missed it earlier, Neverly darling. Oh, excuse me. He actually did. That is, when I said earlier that all that he has to look forward to is a toilet roll down his gullet, that is actually how, when he was in prison, he tried to kill himself by stuffing the little cardboard tube that's in the middle of a roll of toilet paper. He got one of those and stuffed it down his throat, hoping that it would close his throat and he would die. I mean, and, guards wrestled him to the floor and pulled it out of him. I mean, I think that says a lot. If that's your chosen method of suicide, that says a lot.
Mm-hmm.
They're all right next to each other, so a quick look through the boxes there will find it.
How much underwear?
Oh, they both were, Tarantino. Jessica as well. You know, really bright-eyed, full of life. It's unbelievable. Motherfucker.
Was in those boxes?
Probably 60 pieces or so. Total.
All women's?
Yeah, 60 pieces of theirs.
Of whose?
Of Jessica's and Marie-France.
So you took 60 pieces?
60 pieces from just 2 women. I mean, that's quite a lot. Anyway, 30. All right, okay, with bras as well. Okay. I mean, that still seems pretty high.
Pieces from between the two of them?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so.
All right. And they're in a, like, when you talk about a scanner, is it a computer scanner box?
Well, a computer scanner is up in the office, and its box is down in the basement, so
Okay.
it's inside that box.
Does any of the underwear in those boxes belong to anyone other than Marie-France or Jessica?
Yep. Yeah, no, there's another box with 1,500 pieces of underwear from my entire collection, apart from the ones that I had to burn because I literally ran out of physical space to store them. But if you go to my big Excel spreadsheet that meticulously catalogues each and every article of underwear, you will find the register of my collection.
Yeah, there's some from each of the other 2 women.
Okay. Why don't we talk about those 2 women?
Mm-hmm.
So the first one happened on the 16th.
Just out of curiosity right now, how many people in the chat are literally drinking a cup of coffee as we speak? I am. And if you do want to support the channel, you can like the video, you can subscribe, you can chat, share, leave a comment. Or you could go to buymeacoffee.com and buy us a coffee.com at buymeacoffee.com/truecrimemetrics. You know what to do.
And I don't know why I can't recall their names, but the lady that was lived closer to you.
No, Lori was closer to me.
Okay.
So the first one, I had just spotted her from our boat, actually. I got into the house while she was...
Did he say from his boat?
Okay.
So the first one, I had just spotted her from our boat, actually. I got into the house while she was asleep. Noticed that she was alone. And just hit her with my hand while she was sleeping. Subdued her. Mostly just my weight on top of her. Had her take off her pajamas. Took some pictures. Took some of her underwear and left.
What the fuck? I mean, imagine that. You wake up in the middle of the night, there's a big, large man wearing a balaclava, and he instructs you to take off your pajamas. And then he takes pictures of you, possibly instructing you into certain poses. Then he takes some of your underwear and leaves. I mean, did she not immediately call the police? Did you call the police? Dan Rashbaum. You were afraid of my client? I'm sure you were. I'm sure you were. Did you call the police?
And the other woman?
Same kind of deal. Got in through the back of the house. She was sleeping in her, not in her bedroom, but in her, in front of the TV. Very much the same story.
Anything different about that story? I mean, pretty much the same story and exactly the same story, or two different things, right?
Yeah, no, not much different at all. I did have the flashlight that time. I hit her with a flashlight. And thinking it would knock her out. Did. So, and I subdued her with my weight. Took off her clothes, took some pictures, and left.
Why do you think these things happen? Have you spent much time thinking about that?
About why?
Yeah.
Yeah. But I don't know the answers. And I'm pretty sure the answers don't matter.
Well, let me ask you this: did you like or dislike these women?
I didn't know any of them.
Okay.
I had met Maddie France that one time in our airplane.
Okay. No, I guess when you're going through these things, are you? Well, let's talk about Jessica, because she was there with you for the whole day, right?
Mm-hmm.
What kind of feelings were you experiencing while you were with her that day?
Oh, she was a very nice girl.
So people aren't drinking coffee because it's too late. Alright. Well, it's 4:24 a.m. here. Beat that. What have we got here, guys? We've got passion fruit juice. Nice. Coca-Cola. Nice. Grand Marnier. Nice. OJ. Nice. It's amazing. We've got quite the selection. I'm just scanning for more drinks. Work at 11, coffee is life. Thank you, Laura. Yeah, I agree.
Can you tell me why you killed her? Right? Do you know why you killed her?
Well, I think I killed her because I knew that her story would be recognized.
Her story would be recognized? How do you mean?
Well, because she knew I was taking pictures.
Mm-hmm.
So because of the two...
Again with the OPP training in the Forensic Psychology Department, not only could Detective Sergeant Jim Smyth seamlessly morph into a timeshare salesman. You know, I'm not saying that in a sleazy way. I'm saying that in an amazing face-to-face pressure tactics sales pitch way, which is psychological. He could also walk straight in to the role of a therapist, and you'd never know that he wasn't, trained in that field directly. The OPP really seems to have found the perfect recipe for interrogation tactics. We needed a little bit of sales, a little bit of psychology, and then law. I mean, what else do you need to throw into the mix? A great chef? I bet Detective Jim Sargent can cook. You know, really well.
Stories in tweed. That would have been a fairly, been quite obvious.
So if you didn't take pictures, what would you have done with her?
I don't know.
I mean, she's at your house, right? Well, let me ask you this. Is it 2 lived, right? And 2 died. What was the difference in your mind between?
Well, the attention the first 2 got was very much focused on, obviously, or for obvious reasons, the pictures I took. So anybody else telling stories about pictures, right, would have been a fairly straight line.
Well, here's an idea, Russ. You could have just not taken any pictures. You know, was it? He was like, well, for my next victim, if I take pictures, which I need to do, I better kill them, because the story will be recognized. I mean, if it's just underwear you're after, there are solutions. You know, you can order online. There's a million ways that you could get your hands on some underwear, Russ. You could try on all the pairs in the world. You know, there's probably people out there that would pay you to watch you model them. But you chose a different path, Russell, Colonel.
Okay, but when this thing happened with Marie France, did you believe that you were already a suspect for what happened in Tweed?
No.
So what were you concerned about?
Well, because I was pretty sure that she was serving military, right?
Mm-hmm.
It would have been difficult for investigators to ignore that connection.
Okay. Yeah, makes sense. Let's go back to Jessica then, okay? You see her on the Wednesday night, okay? On her treadmill?
Mm-hmm.
How do you see her?
She was in the basement, window wide open, on a treadmill. So I drove by.
Okay. Did you stop to look at the house, or how does that catch your eye as you drive by?
Well, I was looking to see who was where. Don't know that
area very well, so I was just keeping my eyes open.
Okay.
Man, Patricia Burns. Sorry to hear it. Yeah. What can you say?
So you spot her on the Wednesday.
Yeah.
Do you just keep on going, or do you just stop and take a closer look that night or anything? No?
I kept going.
Okay. And you went back on the Thursday night, right?
Yep.
So you go back on the Thursday night, and you went into the house before she came home?
Yeah, she was out.
Okay.
So done with those.
What the hell was that? His keys?
You go back on the Thursday night, and you went into the house before she came home?
Yeah, she was out.
Okay.
So done with those.
What did he say? I don't need those. Yeah, you're never gonna need keys again.
Yeah, she was out. Got in through the kitchen window. It's unlocked. Everything else was locked.
Okay. So you're in there doing what?
Looking around to see who lived in the house. It was just her.
Okay. And then what do you do?
Well, I left the house. And then she came home. I hadn't been out of the house very long.
Jim's got him under full control, Neverly darling, you know. He's the dog on the big rock in the park. There's no threat to Detective Sergeant Jim Smyth here. He's the big dog in the big rock. Big dog on the big rock.
So I watched for a little bit to see if she was alone. And she was. And then I went in when she went back to sleep. When she went to sleep.
Okay. So you go in, she's sleeping, and what do you do?
Well, I snuck up to the side of her bed, expecting to try to knock her out. She woke up, but she did as I said. So I didn't hit her.
What did you say?
Said, lie down on your tummy.
Okay.
She did. I tied her up.
What'd you tie her up with?
Some rope I brought.
So she's on her stomach. How are you tying her up?
Just tying her hands behind her back.
Okay. She got clothes on at that point?
Mm-hmm.
What kind of clothes?
Sweats.
All right. You tie her hands behind her back, and then what happens?
I believe he was an only child, Maria.
I took her clothes off.
Okay.
Absolutely, especially now. You know. Patricia, I'm saying to you, Detective Sergeant Jim Smyth has owned the space in here from the very beginning. You know, Russell's little attempt at the beginning. Think back, guys, you know. Russell, have you ever been interviewed in a room by police like this before? I have never been in this room before. The closest thing is when I was interviewed by NIS for top secret clearance. Jim Smith's like, oh yeah? Well, we're going to go through a pretty thorough interview today here, okay? I'm the person for authority in the room.
And then what happened?
I raped her.
A rape can mean a lot of different things. What kind of sexual act took place?
Just, vaginal and oral.
Okay. Oral. Who was performing the oral sex?
No, me on her and her on me.
Okay. Any condoms used or anything like that?
No.
No. So there's, and again, correct me if I'm wrong. Vaginal intercourse. Her performing oral sex on you, and you performing oral sex on her.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember what order those things occurred in?
Yeah. I started with the oral sex. Then I raped her. And then later on I made her perform oral sex on me.
Okay. Any kind of conversation happening when this is going on?
Yeah, a little bit.
What was being said?
Well, I threatened her before I had her perform oral sex.
What did you say?
Well, I put a zip tie around her neck. I said that I would pull it if I didn't like what she would do.
Thanks, Russ. That pretty much completes the picture. You put a zip tie around her neck and told her you would pull it if you didn't like what she did when she was performing oral sex on you. Okay. Little bit of advice to anybody, if that ever happens to anyone. I hope not, but if it does, bite his cock as hard as you can. You know, you're going to have to put it in your mouth, but bite it as hard as you can. He's not going to fucking pull anything then, okay? Motherfucker.
Okay. So she did what you told her to do?
Mm-hmm.
Any issues there? Any reason to pull it?
No.
So, do you remember if you ejaculated at that point? Or at any point?
Not at that point, but later on.
Okay. So, the oral sex finishes, and then what happens next?
Patricia Burns, who's Jason's love? Jason. Who's Jason? I don't remember Jason.
Well, I continued to rape her, and I had her put on some of her underwear. Took some pictures, lots of pictures. And then...
Oh, I think he's holding back, Neverly. Yeah.
And, got her dressed. Walked back to the truck.
Okay. At what point did you decide that she was going to leave with you?
I'm not sure. That wasn't necessarily always the plan. But at some point. I was there for
Victoria girl, you're amazingly creative with your household items. You know that kitchen drawer in the that one kitchen drawer that's full of random shit, right? You should make a list of everything in that drawer and list the top 3 fun things to do with each item. You know, it's a large world to this lady.
3 hours, 3 and a bit.
Okay. Do you remember?
Okay, Maria. Yeah, totally get where you're coming from. It is a particularly upfront and personal, front and center look at some horrific acts. Should put a big trigger warning watermark on this video. Yeah. No, totally get it, Maria. Go and watch something wholesome. I've had great moments with dog TV lately. Does anyone watch dog TV? There's these really long YouTube videos called Dog TV, which is TV for dogs to watch when you're out. You know, it's like close-ups of birds in the park, or a rabbit or a squirrel with some nuts. And I put it on for Soap the other day, and it's really funny because she really watches it. Her eyes move around the screen, you know, and then I got back and it was still on. There was still like another 3 hours to go, and I was just sort of doing stuff, and occasionally I'd look over, you know, at the dog TV, and Soap's still watching it, and suddenly I'm watching it. Suddenly I've been watching it for 30 minutes, and I've become really engrossed in dog TV, and it's fascinating. It's really calming, it's really soothing, and it's just I'd suggest, if anyone's feeling triggered right now, go and watch dog TV.
Or the conversation about leaving, was there any? Did she say anything about that, or what was she saying to you?
She was certainly cooperative.
Okay. Cooperative can mean a number of different things. Was she excited about leaving with you? I mean, I don't want to be sarcastic, but
No, she just didn't put up too much of a fuss.
Okay. Did she try and negotiate with you at all, or
No.
what did she say?
Well, I told her that I would let her go later on.
Okay. So when you take her out of your house, is she still bound, or
Yep.
how is that done?
Just hands behind her back.
Okay. What about her feet? Anything there?
No, she was walking freely.
Okay. Barefoot, or?
No, she had those brown suede shoes on that had been reported.
Okay. So where does she sit in your truck when you get to the truck?
Front seat, passenger side.
Okay. And where do you go?
Straight to Tweed.
Straight to your house in Tweed, or straight
Yeah.
to just the town?
Straight to the house.
No stops anywhere?
No.
Okay. What time, do you remember what time you arrived there?
I don't exactly, but I'd say between 4:30 and 5:30.
Okay. All right. When you were first there, before she came home, do you remember? Did anybody come to the door at all when you were in the house? Okay.
No, I think somebody had come home, somebody had come to the house just before she did. Because I thought it was her, but then they left. I was outside at the time.
Did you see who that person was or what kind of vehicle they were in or anything?
No. Saw the lights, I assumed it was her, and then all of a sudden they left, so I don't know what happened.
Okay. Where were you when that first vehicle pulled up?
In the back. Back here.
Okay. So you didn't have a view of the vehicle, you could just tell that there was a vehicle there, is that fair? Okay. So you get home, what, 4:35 you say?
Hmm.
Okay. And then what happens?
Well, she just go to the bathroom and get a quick shower, wash her. Then we went into my bedroom and to sleep a little bit. She was tied up.
How was she tied up at that point?
Smyth the underguy. I put tape over her eyes from the beginning, so that's what she had.
Okay. When they find her, is that tape going to be there, or was it ever removed?
No, I removed it.
Okay. What kind of tape?
Duct tape.
What, so there was tape on her eyes the whole time?
All right.
I never imagined it like that. Is that what he said? I need to go back.
And to sleep a little bit. She was tied up.
How was she tied up at that point?
Smyth the underguy. I put tape over her eyes from the beginning, so that's what she had.
Does it have to be tape over your eyes? It's going to pull your fucking eyelashes out. You know, what about a blindfold? You know? Or a bag over the head? It does the same thing. It's got to be tape, fucker.
Okay.
We know that Victoria Girl would be fine with that. You know, you stick a zip tie around her neck, duct tape over her eyes, and she's begging for more.
When they find her, is that tape going to be there, or was it ever removed?
No, I removed it.
Okay. What kind of tape?
Duct tape.
All right. The duct tape that you used, where's that roll?
It's all gone. I used the rest of it to bind her body.
So, by all gone, is it with the body now? Okay. So you said who went to sleep when you came home? You had a shower, or she had a shower?
Well, we both got in. I washed her off after she'd been to the bathroom. We both went to sleep. But she was tied up and I had tied the rope. You know, so I could fall asleep a little bit and she could move without waking me up.
Okay, I'm trying to picture how that would be. So the rope's tied to what on her?
Just tied her hands behind her back.
Okay. And
then the rope just wrapped around me a couple of times, so there was no slack.
okay. Do you remember how long you slept for?
Not long, maybe a couple hours.
Do you know if she slept?
I don't know.
Okay. So you wake up and
And it wasn't, I mean, we were up and down, so it wasn't 2 hours straight. It was 2 hours in bed, but there wasn't much sleep, just lying there probably.
so you get up from that, and what happens next?
She had a seizure, actually.
she felt it coming on, and because she'd had some before. Lasted quite a while. Got her dressed, into the family room, and anyway, she recovered. She got obviously stress, but probably went on for about 15 minutes. Part of it.
So, how do you know she had them before?
She told me.
Did she tell you why she gets them?
Well, she suggested it was stress. Yeah, so she felt herself start to tense up and said she thought she was going to have a seizure. So it was convulsions is what she was having.
Okay. So she recovered from that?
Yep, I stayed with her and talked her through it and made sure she didn't bite her tongue.
Okay. And then what happened?
Well, then we had a little lie down right there because she was obviously exhausted. Put a cover over her and she went to sleep. Wait for an hour or so. And I had told her earlier that before I let her go, I wanted to take some pictures of her in her underwear. And have sex with her. So after she'd had a rest for an hour or so, I had her put on, a number of different outfits she had.
I'm sorry?
Put on a number, pairs, panties, bra that she had. That I'd taken from the house. So she put those on and I took pictures.
Okay. Are you in any of these pictures?
Yep.
Are you wearing a thong in any of these pictures? So some evidence technician had to go through every single one of them. Look for anything concerning.
What kind of images are you in?
While I'm with her, there's on the hard drives. You'll see there's video as well. So there's video of the almost 4 hours, I guess.
Of what?
Well, of initially at her place of raping her. So I was running the video and then taking still pictures. So the video pretty much covers everything.
Did you use video at other places?
At Many Francis as well.
Okay. And is that video on the hard drives?
Yeah.
Same type of activity?
Yeah.
Okay.
Although I didn't have her put on any stuff.
Okay. So Jessica poses for these pictures, and there's videos, and then what happens?
Then I got her dressed because she thought she was leaving. Got a bite to eat. Fruit. And then as we were walking out, I struck her on the back of the head.
Okay. When did you decide to do that?
Oh, his wife must be physically sick watching this. I mean, not only, he's interacting with her throughout all of these events, right? Which was over how much period of time? From the beginning, from the first, breaking and entering, I think it was 2 years. I'm just kind of going off my rough memory, but was a considerable amount of time. She must be just sick about it.
Well, I was...
And there was, publicly, there was a lot of doubt, suspicion. People were saying, oh, she must have known. Perhaps she had a hand in it, helped him cover it up. People love to say that, don't they?
Pretty sure that I wasn't going to let her leave. But, the idea of striking her on the head was developed in the afternoon.
And what was that strike supposed to accomplish in your mind? What was the intent of doing that?
Well, I thought I would be able to knock her out, and then I was going to strangle her.
Okay. So when you actually do strike her, what's the result?
Her skull gave way a little bit. Felt like, and there was a lot of blood, so I think that's what happened. She was immediately unconscious. And then I strangled her.
How'd you strangle her?
The same rope. Just put her on her neck.
Okay.
While she was unconscious.
Now, what happened to the zip tie that was around her neck earlier?
I took it off. Around then, I guess.
Did you take it off before you put the rope around her neck, or after, or do you remember?
After she was dead.
Oh, okay. So the zip tie was around her neck while you used the rope?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did you leave the rope around her neck?
No.
Okay. And how did you know she was dead?
She, well, her body stopped moving.
Okay. So what did you do after that?
I bound her up to there's her fetal position. And cleaned up the floor.
No, you say you bound her up. Are you referring to the duct tape that you talked about earlier?
Yeah.
Okay. So then what did you do?
I put her in the garage. It was very cold. And then I went into the base.
Okay. Why'd you go to the base?
Pardon me?
Why'd you go to the base?
Because I was flying early the next morning.
Okay. So what time did you leave to go to the base?
Well, I told you about between 9 and 10 or so.
On the Friday night?
Yep.
Okay. So you fly, and
Then I drove home to Ottawa.
so which night would you?
Saturday night.
So you land, and what time are you landing?
6:30.
Okay.
Saturday night.
Did you go by the house in Tweed on your way to Ottawa? Or?
No.
So you drove straight home to Ottawa? What time did you get there at? Do you remember?
Sometime before midnight. I can't quite remember, but I think I went in the office first, did some work. So I think I got home to Ottawa.
Hey, I think I found the contents of Victoria Girl's kitchen drawer here, guys. Where is it? Okay. This is evidence recovered from yeah, we have to play keep, use, throw away.
Just before midnight, something like that. I think. Not sure. I slept for a little bit at the Tim Hortons in Brockville. So it might be later. I honestly can't remember when I got to Ottawa, but
Okay.
yeah, midnight-ish, Saturday.
Mm-hmm. So you get home, you're in Ottawa, what do? You go to bed or
Yeah.
stay up? Okay. So then what do you do the next day?
Well, my wife and I did some stuff. I can't remember what was going on that day. You know, putting together the new house. And I headed back to Tweed that night.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right? Sorry. No, I did. I had Monday off. That's right. I had Monday off, and then I was visiting one of the units in Ottawa on Tuesday. So I didn't head back to Tweed till Tuesday night.
Okay. So you get back to Tweed, and what happens next?
I took Jessica's body to that spot.
Okay. That happened on Tuesday night? Just this past Tuesday, obviously.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember what time that was?
It was pretty late. It was midnight-ish. I'd say between midnight and 1 on Wednesday morning.
Okay. What made you decide to measure that distance, that 0.7 kilometers?
That's just the way I am. Numbers. Have to know the numbers.
Okay. And how did you leave her?
I just left her tucked behind a fairly large rock.
Okay. Is that duct tape still on her?
Mm-hmm.
And what else is on her?
A couple of towels wrapped around her head, and the top and pants. She was wearing jeans.
Okay. Did you ever go back there?
No.
Right. What other type of cleaning and things like that did you do? Anything else to kind of cover your tracks that you can think of?
I vacuumed the house and I wiped the floor, washed the floor.
Okay. What about your truck? Did you do anything with that?
Just washed today because it was a mess and vacuum.
Okay. So Marie France, when did it first occur to you to go to her house?
Well, probably in October, November, not quite sure, but somewhere in that time frame.
And do you remember why you thought to do that?
Well, she had said she lived alone the one time I met her.
Mm-hmm. Just trying to understand.
And I bet she wished she didn't tell him that. Yeah, I live alone. Completely alone. And I have no security in my house. In fact, the back window to the utility closet doesn't even lock.
Why her versus the dozens of other?
So here's my upcoming travel schedule, and I'll be away from the 5th until the 18th.
Women you probably come across on a daily basis.
I don't know. I went out there when she wasn't home just to see where she lived. And
when did you do that?
a couple of nights before.
And how did you know her address?
I was on a little roll for the basement.
Okay. So when you go out there a couple of nights before, do you remember what night that was? When you were there first time?
I don't, but it was within 2 or 3 nights, I think.
Okay.
Probably, well, no more than 4 anyway, something like that.
And did you actually go into her house on that occasion, or did you? Okay. So what happened that night? How'd you get into her house?
This window on the side of the basement.
We've got to track down his watch. I'm pretty sure it's a Seconda. Or it could be an accurist. Is this it? Is this the watch? See what you guys think. Shit. Yeah. Is that it? I don't know if the black bit on the face is big enough. We'll keep looking.
When did you do that?
A couple of nights before.
And how did you know her address?
I was on a little roll for the basement.
Okay. So when you go out there a couple of nights before, do you remember what night that was? When you were there first time?
I don't, but it was...
Now the two, I'm wide awake. I've had 6 cups of coffee. 6 cups of coffee. By the way, how many wonderful people. How many wonderful people. Still 70 people in the stream. Wow. Wow. Must be all on the West Coast or Mountain Time. Could be Mountain Time. Any baristas on the show tonight, guys? Head over to buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrics. Support the channel and leave a like on the video. But we're already way over 100% likes. Yeah. But coffee, buy me, true crime /com dot metrics.
Then 2 or 3 nights, I think.
Okay.
Probably, well, no more than 4 anyway, something like that.
And did you actually go into her house on that occasion, or did you? Okay. So what happened that night? How'd you get into her house?
This window on the side of the basement. Side window.
Okay. And just to back step a bit, how did you get to her house that first night you went there?
I drove.
What did you drive?
I think I drove my truck.
Okay.
Finder.
Do you remember where you parked it?
Yep, I parked it. There's a bit of a division in the residential areas there. I parked it on another side, 600-700 meters away.
Okay. So not on her street, on a different street? Do you remember what street you parked on?
No, but it's actually might be the same street, but there's an interruption in the street where there's a construction zone, so there's a pathway in between. So I think it's probably the same street.
Okay. So you go to her house, and when you went there that night, did you know that she was away?
I'm not sure if I knew entirely, but I think I thought she was away.
Okay. Is that based on her schedule, or how would you know that?
Well, because I fly with the squadron, I have access to the schedule, and
Okay.
it's a slightly different schedule she has, but that's probably how I know.
You don't know for sure?
I think that's probably how I know.
Okay. So you go to her house,
Mhm.
and what do you do that night, the first night?
I looked around and make sure that she was living there alone.
And I'm sorry, did you say, I can't remember if you said, how did you get in?
Same way. It's about side basement window.
Side basement window? Okay. Do you remember what kind of window it is? Like what made it...
Well, I just noticed it was, the flashlight, I could see that it was not locked. It had been opened slightly. So I removed the screen, slid it open, went in.
Okay. So you go in and you're in her house, figuring out she lives alone, and do you do anything that night?
Yeah, I was playing with her underwear.
What do you mean playing with her underwear?
Wearing it.
Okay. Doing anything else?
No, I didn't touch her stuff.
What do you mean you didn't touch her stuff? I mean, you touched her underwear, but...
Yeah. But nothing else.
Okay. Did you take any of the underwear with you that night?
I didn't touch her stuff. What do you mean you didn't touch her stuff? You touched her underwear? Yeah. Obviously.
Yeah, a few
I meant her other stuff.
pieces.
And where did you find the underwear when you went in?
In her drawer.
Was it clean? Was it used? For...
Clean.
Anything else you can remember doing that evening?
No.
All right. So, after that first visit, did you return again before meeting up with her?
No.
Okay. So, which day did you go to her house when she was there?
Well, the night before I went to Ottawa, so I think that was Monday night.
He likes yellow as well, doesn't he, Russell Williams? He's got a yellow rain Mac, a yellow-faced watch, which apparently is a Tag Heuer diver's watch, which I'm just trying to look for a model that has the same characteristic black blob on a yellow face at the moment. But yeah, yellow face watch, yellow rain Mac. I mean, who buys yellow shit? Unless you work at Racy Delane's and you wear only mustard. I mean, mustard isn't even really yellow, is it? It's mustard. Let's be honest. Yeah. I mean, like, I just don't understand. Unless you're a fireman. I mean, I suppose with some women, yellow happens, and that's fine. Yellow shoes, yellow t-shirt maybe, but not on a grown mid-40s military colonel. His little yellow rain Mac. I mean, it just reminds me of what you put on your kid to go to school so they'll be easy to see. You know.
All right. So let's walk through that. What time do you think you got there?
About 11 or so, probably.
Yeah, Neverly darling. Do you remember Tygate? Neverly darling. God, doesn't that seem like a lifetime ago? I can't even remember who had the problem with it. Tygate. No yellow ties. I've actually got a reference to that written on the t-shirt list, or the merchandise, True Crime Metrics list of merchandise to come. No yellow ties. I figured we'd do something with that just for Daniel Rashbaum. Yeah, no yellow. Especially canary yellow. I mean, mustard, okay. If you're a philosophy professor working in a coffee house, you have to wear mustard. That's part of the contract, right? But canary yellow, I just don't know. I imagine Colonel Russell Williams has yellow Wellington boots.
10:30, 11. Yep, so she was on the phone in her room. I could hear that from the backyard. I got in through the side window.
The same basement window?
Mm-hmm.
How could you hear from the backyard? What was...
Just hear her on the phone. From beside the house. Could hear her through the walls that she was on the phone.
Okay. Any idea who she was talking to or what she was talking about?
No, couldn't hear that well.
Okay. See.
I'm Not Perfect, Just Forgiving asks, who took the pictures of the weirdo in the little girl's swimsuits at the beginning? He took his own pictures. He'd have a camera. He'd break into people's houses with a fucking camera and a tripod and have it set up on a timer. You know, this... Doesn't that sound like a lot of work? He's got to set up a tripod, get changed into various bra panty combos, pose, check the lighting.
You go in through the basement window. And what are you wearing when this is happening?
Sweatshirt and Dockers, I guess.
I quite like this for a t-shirt as well, Victoria Girl. I own nothing yellow. We'll put it on a yellow shirt. That'd be good. That'd be like conceptual.
And the two pieces on my head.
Okay. And where are those two pieces now? Pieces that you wore on the head.
You're an earth tone girl. Well, good. When's your birthday?
They're probably in my bag, in my luggage bag in Edison in the bedroom.
What's your luggage bag look like?
It's a blue duffel bag type thing. It's right beside the bed.
Okay. Is it the only blue duffel bag in your bedroom?
Mm-hmm.
And these pieces, what do they look like again?
It's a blue headband.
Okay.
Standard blue, winter headband. And black skull cap type thing.
Okay. Any insignias or anything on them?
Yeah, there are, but I don't know what they are. The blue headband has something stitched, a name of some sort stitched on it. And the skull cap has some sort of emblem, white emblem on the black. Don't know what it is.
Are they like sports emblems or company emblems or?
It's the manufacturer's.
Okay. Anything else in that blue duffel bag?
I don't think so.
Is it full of things other than?
Just my clothes.
Okay.
How about luggage, Patricia Burns? Do you have a yellow suitcase? So it's easy to see on the baggage. What do you call it? Collection conveyor. I'm trying to think if I have anything yellow. I do actually have one yellow T-shirt. But it's more of a sunbeam yellow than canary. or lemon.
So you go in. Do you remember what you had on your feet?
In the house there?
When you went to Marie France's house?
Probably running shoes. There wasn't snow on the ground.
So you go in, and you're in the basement. And whereabouts in the basement are you?
By the furnace.
Okay. And what are you doing? What's your sort of plan at that point?
I was waiting for her to go to bed.
Okay. And how long did that take?
Well, she didn't. Because then she came down looking for the cat.
All right. And what happens next?
Well, as I described, I subdued her. Gave her the flashlight. But essentially,
Yeah, Chris Henkelman. This case is like this interrogation. If you've not seen the whole thing before, there's a link in the description to the full original video with no comments. It's the best. It's the best that there is available to the public. I mean, I that's a pretty unimpeachable statement. You know, it's pretty much widely accepted that that's true. I mean, in terms of how to obtain, you know, in terms of showing off good tactics executed perfectly, this is the best example. It's brilliant. And the case itself, is pretty unique and horrific. It's good learning about. I mean, there's lots of good YouTubers that cover this guy, and there's some mainstream kind of documentaries as well. There's the full kind of story about it from a network or a show called the Fifth Estate. And that tells the whole story. The full episode is available on YouTube. I should put a link to that in the description as well. I will do tomorrow. Or you can find it yourself. Just search Russell Williams, The Fifth Estate. I think it's 50 minutes, an hour long. But they do interviews with some of the surviving victims and the brother of Jessica Lloyd and the good friend of Marie-France Como. So it's very good. If you and that'll give you a really comprehensive story of. And they also do some details about how Russell Williams stored or dumped the body of Jessica Lloyd on the land which was close to the track where his neighbour, that would be the way that he would go to an area to hunt, right? So the cops, I think they arrested him in the beginning before. I might have that wrong, but it's all in the Fifth Estate episode. Go and check that out when you get the time.
wrestled her to the ground and tied her up.
Okay. And what did you use to tie her up?
Same rope, green rope. It's in tweed.
Is it just green, or like how long is this piece of rope?
It's probably 20 feet. It's a boat rope. It's got some red specks in it, I think.
Okay. Is there lots of ropes in tweed, or is this probably the only rope?
No, this there are two lengths.
2 lengths of the same green rope? And were they both used?
Well, I only ever had one with me, so I don't know if I used the same piece both times or not, but
Only 2 lengths of rope.
Okay. So you tie her up. How did you tie?
No popcorn. No popcorn. No popcorn, Maria. I'm smoking. I don't know what it was. Was it this? That's filters.
Tie her up after you subdue her. Okay. And what is she wearing at that point?
She wasn't wearing anything to start with.
So when she came down to the basement, she had no clothes on?
Mm-hmm. She had some sort of a shawl over her shoulder.
Okay.
Which she immediately dropped when she saw me.
Did she say anything when she saw you?
She did. She called out, "You bastard."
Okay. And then what happened?
Then I subdued her as I described.
By hitting her with that red flashlight?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you would call out after noticing someone lurking and hiding in your basement? You bastard? I think you'd more like say, "What the fuck?" and run upstairs. You bastard! I just think that's a strange... Like, is he making that up? That just doesn't seem correct.
Okay.
Although they were more glancing blows. Cut her skin, but weren't doing much else.
Okay.
She fell over and then I subdued her. And she tripped.
How did you tie her at that point? Like, I know you used the rope, but what did you tie her up like?
Just pulled her hands behind her back and just tied her wrists together.
Okay. And then what happened after that?
Then I took her upstairs.
Did she go upstairs under her own power, or did you carry her?
No, she passed out on the stairs. And then I carried her up.
Why do you think she passed out?
I expect from the hits to her head.
So you carried her up to where?
To her bedroom, put her on the bed.
Okay. And then what happened?
Well, as I described, I think she was on the bed. I raped her over a period of time.
Okay. And again, just to be specific, what sex acts took place?
Just vaginal.
Your penis in her vagina?
Yeah.
Any condom used?
No.
Did you ejaculate?
No.
Did you ejaculate at any point with her?
No.
Okay. But just before I forget, I think I asked you.
Yeah, I mean, he's said that at no point did Marie-France Como recognize him. I mean, it's just what he said. And he had something on his face.
Don't mean to bounce around on you here, Russ, but with Jessica, I asked you about ejaculation. You said you didn't at that point. When did you ejaculate with Jessica?
The second time or third time that I had her for oral sex.
And was that at her?
Ugh, he come in her mouth. Dude.
Residence or yours?
Hers.
Okay. Any other times that you ejaculated with her?
No.
Okay. When you ejaculated with Jessica, did you use anything to clean up, or?
No.
What happened to the ejaculate?
The only thing that could make this any worse is if he started reading Kierkegaard to her in the dark.
She swallowed it.
So getting back to Marie France.
He made her swallow his cum. Oh, no.
It's just straight vaginal sex, no condom, no ejaculation. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay. How long does that go for? Like, how long were you engaged in that activity?
Well, hour and a half, 2 hours, I guess.
Okay. And then what happens next?
Well, as I described, I suffocated her using duct tape.
Okay. Why did you decide to do that?
Well, again, because of the pictures. As I described to you, it would have. It was going to be a pretty straight line back to Tweed.
Okay. But why did you decide to use that method versus something else?
Just I had thought about strangling her earlier. That's on the video.
What is?
My, well, it was a short-lived attempt because she struggled quite a bit. And then I decided that I needed to suffocate her.
So there was a short-lived attempt at strangling her? And what's on the video, the suffocation or the strangling?
Well, just me putting my hand on her throat. And then her responding, you know, no surprise, very aggressively.
Okay. Any video?
Yeah. Go on, fucking Marie France. Go down swinging.
Of the suffocation part, or pictures of that? Now you mentioned that you brought the rope with you. Where did the duct tape come from?
I brought it.
Okay. And what did you do with it afterwards?
I think it.
Yeah, Neverly, darling, I'm pretty sure that there's nothing public, but I'm pretty sure that they have some sort of psychoanalysis going on to document levels of psychopathy. I mean, it's must be some people studying him while he's locked away.
Did it state in Tweed?
What color of duct tape are we talking about? I know it comes in a variety of colors, but
Gray.
great. So before the suffocation, obviously, how long do you think you were with her from the point? Well, how long do you think you were in that house from the point you went in that window to the point you left?
Probably 4 hours.
Okay. So, correct me if I'm wrong. Did you say you got there at 11, or around 11?
I think that's right.
Okay. So you left around 3 in the morning?
Well, I was in the basement for quite a while before she came down. Right? She wasn't going to bed. So I was probably in the basement for 30, 40 minutes.
Okay.
So by the time she saw me, it was probably closer to midnight.
All right.
But I didn't have a watch on, so I'm not sure.
Any gloves?
I don't think so.
Did you wear gloves with Jessica?
Only to get in the house. It was a very cold night.
And what about the two women in tweed?
No gloves.
So while you're with Marie Franz, what kind of conversations are taking place? Anything she said to you stick out in your mind?
No, but I taped her mouth. There's no conversation.
Okay. When did you tape her mouth?
As soon as I got her up to the bedroom.
And why did you decide to do that?
Because she was quite aggressive.
In what way?
I was confident she would have screamed given the chance.
What way
But
was
she did initially.
Did she?
In the basement.
So in what way was she aggressive?
Well, just in, when she discovered me, she was very vocal, screamed quite a bit, until I'd subdued her, so I expected she would scream again, given the chance.
Okay. Do you remember how you left her residence?
Back door. Patio door.
Okay. Did you take anything with you that night?
Some of her underwear.
Anything else?
No.
All right. Did you do anything else to try and cover your tracks with Marie Franz?
Well, I had turned off my BlackBerry before I left Trenton. Other than that, no.
Do you remember trying to destroy any kind of evidence there, or anything you thought may have produced evidence or anything?
Well, I took her sheets off the bed and ran them through the laundry.
Okay. Like the laundry where?
In her house.
Okay. Did you run them completely through? Did you wait for it to finish, or?
No, I just put them in and put a whole bunch of bleach in and let it go.
Okay. So the night you went to her house and got there at 11, you came from where? Like you said, you left Trenton. You
Yeah.
turned off your BlackBerry. You talking about the base, or are you talking about where did you leave to go to her house?
Well, no, I just turned off my BlackBerry before I left the Trenton area. I would have left from the base after work.
All right. When did you what time do you think you turned your BlackBerry off?
Well, it's only a half-hour drive to Brighton, so probably in the 9:30 range.
Okay. Do you remember what time you would have turned it back on?
When I was back on the 401 heading to Ottawa the next morning.
What time would that have been?
So 6 plus or minus 30 minutes.
Okay. So you leave her house 3-ish.
No, I think it was later than that. So the 4 hours obviously was. I think I went in about 11. Was in the basement for quite a while. Probably left her house closer to 4:30, somewhere there.
Okay. And where do you go?
I drove to Ottawa.
Straight to Ottawa?
Yeah.
Did you go by your house in Tweed or anything, or did you just go straight?
No.
Remember what route you took?
Yeah. 401. But from her place, I think I went straight north on whatever the road is that goes straight through Brighton up to the 401. Hit the 401 and headed east.
Nola, welcome to the party.
Okay. And so you're going to, what's the meeting you're having that day in Ottawa? Remind me.
Meeting on the C-17 acquisition project.
Okay. And who ran that meeting?
The project manager, Miss Sue Hale.
Okay. Is that the only meeting around that time period you would have went to on that issue with Sue Hale? There wasn't like a weekly meeting or anything like that? Okay.
No, this is sort of a quarterly.
All right. So the night you went, the night this happened, where did you park that night?
As I said, across the gravel little roadway, it's probably the same road.
Okay. Similar location to the first night?
Yep.
All right. Same vehicle?
Yeah, truck.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, his body language is a bit like when you're like a boss, an office boss, when they're pissed off at something you've done, like sitting there, like, what do you mean you didn't get the email? I see the read receipt. It says you opened the mail at 4:30 on the 17th. Now you're in here, you say you didn't get the mail. I see you got the mail. What's going on, Metrics? This is the third fuck up this week, Metrics.
Okay, let's talk about seeing as we're going backwards in time here, why don't we talk about the second incident in Tweed? With Laurie Masakai. One that's at 76 Cozy Cove. How did you...
Canada Tire is your go-to murder supply store in Canada. You know, it's, of course there's Walmart as well, but you can get everything you need for a murder in Canada Tire. It's the perfect shop.
Decide on her?
I knew she lived alone. That's it.
And how did you know that?
She lived 3 doors down and didn't know her, but I knew she was pretty lone. She had a boyfriend and hadn't been around. Looked in the window and she was alone.
So she had a boyfriend, but he wasn't too frequent? Okay.
Well, she told me that they were fighting, so that's why he hadn't been there.
Okay. So, did you look in her house before the night that this incident happened, or when did you do that?
I had been in within the week. Probably a couple of nights earlier.
What did you do that night?
I looked around to see if there are any permanent signs of her boyfriend, I guess. Took 1 or 2 pieces of her underwear. That's all.
Okay. So the night you go there, when the incident happens, do you remember what time that was?
It was pretty late. I probably got into the house around midnight. She was asleep on the couch. Well, I didn't know that, but I knew she was in there.
And how'd you get in, sorry?
Window in the back of the house. There's a little sunroom.
Was it just something you had to slide, or how did you
I had
get
to
that?
remove the screen and slide it up.
Okay.
So I got into the house and she was asleep in front of the TV.
Wearing anything on your face that night?
Yeah, same things.
Okay. The headband and the cap? Okay. What kind of clothes did you have on?
Just dark sweatshirt or pants.
Alright. So she's asleep on the couch, you're in there, and then what happens?
We have been through this, eh?
I know.
I struck her with the flashlight, thinking it would knock her out. It didn't. We struggled. I subdued her. Took some pictures. Left.
I'm sorry, Russell, was that a little bit of frustration coming through there? Are you getting bored of confessing? Can we get you anything? You know? You want a soft pillow now, Colonel? Like an attitude on this fuck. We've been through this, eh? We've been through this, eh?
She was asleep in front of the TV.
Wearing anything on your face that night?
Yeah, same things.
Okay. The headband and the cap? Okay. What kind of clothes did you have on?
Just dark sweatshirt or pants.
Alright. So she's asleep on the couch, you're in there, and then what happens?
We have been through this, eh?
I know.
I struck her with the flashlight, thinking it would knock her out. It didn't. We struggled. I subdued her. Took some pictures. Left. It's probably in the house about 2.5 hours.
That's a pretty short description for 2.5 hours.
Well, we talked.
We talked. You didn't talk. You were terrorizing an innocent woman, and then you left. We talked. What did you talk about? Current affairs?
I told her I wasn't going to hurt her.
Anne! Hello, Anne.
I told her that there were other guys in the house robbing her. My job was just to control her.
And what did she say about the complete absence of noise from any other part of the house? There are other people in the house right now robbing you. And my job is to control you, which I love to do. So, you got any underwear?
What did she say to that?
She was scared. Worried she was going to be seriously hurt.
Did she say that, or did you just assume that?
No, she said that. She was worried she was going to be killed. I said, I'm not going to kill him.
What did you do with, you said you took pictures of her. Clothed, unclothed?
Both. Clothed initially, and then Unclothed.
Are you in any of those pictures?
I don't think so.
You just took them of her? What kind of camera are you using, by the way?
It's a digital Sony.
You just have the one camera?
Yeah. And the video camera.
Oh, so they're two separate?
Yeah.
Well, some cameras take video, right? And where is the camera and the video camera?
In Tweed.
Is it the only camera and video camera in that house?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So you take pictures of her, and how do you end up leaving? Like you,
I just told her to, I don't know, count or wait for a number of minutes before she called the police.
okay.
Yeah, that's a good thought, Patricia Bones. All the cops in the observation room watching this just in total silence, mouths open, eyes wide, just like, wow. You know, at two things, both at the horror of what's being confessed, and also the stamina, the stance of fantastic Detective Sergeant Jim Smyth. What a job he did, huh? What a job.
And did you leave immediately, or did you stay there for a while, see what she was going to do, or?
I left.
And where do you go? Did you?
Yeah, a large part of Jim Smith's career now is traveling around to, international forensic psychology conferences. I think he went down to New Zealand to speak at a forum where, people are learning this, not just for training, but it's a huge, wide scope industry and science. I mean, it really, if you think about it, it's a massive, I don't even know what to call it. It spans sectors, industries. What's that other word? Sectors. Did I just say sectors twice? Whatever. It's 6 a.m.
Did you wait to see if the police showed up or anything, or?
No. Well, I mean, it's,
So what did you do when you got
a
home?
couple hundred feet. I went to sleep.
Okay. And what did you do the next day?
Went to work. Normal time.
Okay.
A couple hours later.
How the fuck can you... I mean, a couple of 100 feet. He went and did this to his neighbour and then left and walked a couple of 100 feet to his door and went to bed. I mean, at least if you've got to drive half an hour or something, you kind of... Unless you're followed, you're away from the event, right? You can draw a line of separation in your mind and detach from your actions. But how do you do that when you're a couple of 100 feet, a short stroll away, and go to bed? And then get up and go to work? Hey, Amanda, thanks so much for that coffee, Amanda. That is wonderful stuff. Yeah, we're about to close up shop, guys. Not long now. How much more of this video have we got? About 15 minutes to get those final cups. Those all-important final cups of coffee. at buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrics to support the channel. Yeah. Great ways to support the channel at buymeacoffee.com. Thank you so much, Amanda, there.
All right. Do you remember how...
Isom would be following this video all wrong. You could show this to Isom, a General Isom, as a training exercise, and he'd be thinking that Russell Williams is the detective. So, when Detective Williams is questioning the suspect, does he have any video evidence? Get it all wrong. He'd write a full thesis breakdown assuming that Russell is the detective.
How her...
Well, because her hands were tied behind her back, I think I cut off her top and then pulled off her bottom.
What did you use to cut her top?
I can't remember if it was a knife or like a folding X-Acto knife or...
Cutting off the top. There's no one there, right? There's no rush. He's not in a rush about any of this. He's in the fucking house for 4.5 hours sometimes, and there's no rush. The only reason he's using a knife to cut off her top is because it's a dramatic effect thing, right? It's like what he really wants to do is create fear. And if that fear is created, like with most of his victims, and they're terrified from the get-go, that's quenching his needs, his desires, his thirsts. That's quenching it, right? That's what he wants. But when Marie France, military woman, puts up a struggle, a fierce struggle, he doesn't like that. It's interesting he uses that word subdued as well, right? Because subdued, let's look up the literal definition of that word. Subdue. Overcome, quieten, or bring under control. That's the word he uses, right? Not incapacitate, not put down, you know. He uses the word subdue. Oh. Hey, someone bought 5 coffees. Fucking wonderful. Who's that? It's, Anne! Thank you so much, Anne. That's wonderful. Wonderful. Great job, Anne. Yeah, he's using the word subdue, right? And what does that literally mean in the fucking Google Oxford Dictionary? Overcome, quieten, or bring under control. So these theatrics he's doing, he doesn't need to cut off her top. You want to take her top off? He doesn't even want to look at her tits. It's just about creating dramatic vulnerability. Even the raping, even the forced vaginal oral sex. It's not about his sexual gratification. He's not raping because he wants to fuck. He's raping because that is the most dramatic, intimate, obviously, way for him to take control. It's control. And who is he really controlling? I think he must have had a very controlling mother. Going back to that thing, call me Russ, please. In that moment, what does that mean? That means he does not want to be called Russell, because being called Russell is associated with some fucking baggage, right? Control baggage. Baggage control. Right, where are we? Let's get this home run, guys. Home run.
Leatherman or one of the two.
Are these items that are in your house in Tweed?
Yep.
Okay. Was there ever any other time you used a knife to cut off clothing or anything else? Do you remember?
I cut off Jessica's top with a knife. So her hands were tied behind her back. That's all.
Okay. And where's that knife? Which knife did you use that time?
That was the Leatherman.
That was leather?
Tweed.
Is it the only Leatherman in Tweed?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So on the 16th of September, when you went in that night, was that the first time you've been in her house?
Yep.
Okay. And why her?
Just because I'd seen her and she was cute.
She was cute. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Not as cute as you, Russ. In a pink thong.
That's it.
Okay. So there was no... you didn't go into her house before that night?
No.
All right. So you go in, and how'd you get into her house?
Side window. The was not locked. Cut the screen, slid the window, crawled in.
Okay. And what you wearing?
Same. Sweatshirt, dark pants.
The same hat and...
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And where do you find...
In bed, asleep.
Okay. And what do you do?
Stood over her for a while and I hit her on the left side of her head just with my hand. Just woke her up. We struggled. You know, just lay on her. And very much like I described a little bit ago, took off her, pulled her top down, and took off her pants, took some pictures, left.
Do you remember her saying anything to you?
Yes.
What did she say to you?
All kinds of things. You know, she had a young baby just next door, the other room, 8 months or so. Was obviously concerned about the baby. Concerned for herself. I assured her I was not going to hurt her. Physically, anyway.
Yeah. Physically. What about all the other kinds of ways?
Okay. Any underwear taken from or Lori?
Yep, both.
And where would they be located?
In Tweed.
And why are they in Tweed as opposed to Marie Franz and Jessica's underwear?
Neverly, darling, I think we need a Who's the Boss Jim Smyth merch. We've got to write that down. Who's the Boss? Good one.
Do you remember how much of their underwear you took?
All of it. Yeah. They burnt his uniform and crushed, mangled his medals. That's kind of very symbolic, isn't it?
Not very much from Lori.
Did they know that you took their underwear?
I don't know.
You didn't discuss it with them or anything? So where in Tweed would their underwear be?
In the there's a laundry room area,
Okay.
just between the house and the garage.
Right?
You know, another thing about this control thing, you know, before he was a colonel or in the military and he was still at college, he was nicknamed the drill sergeant, I think. Or general. I think it was drill sergeant because he was obsessed with, you know, keeping the shared dormitory immaculate, and, you know, devised a rigorous what do you call it, chore list for the people that lived there, and specifically enforced it, ensuring that the standards were kept at an impeccable level, ensuring that others and himself would maintain an impeccable level of, you know, cleanliness, order. The drill sergeants.
So where in that laundry room area would they be kept?
There's a cupboard up top. They're in a duffel bag.
What does the duffel bag look like?
It's a green army duffel bag.
Okay. Are they all in the same duffel bag? Is there?
Victoria Girl, as we go through these criminal stories, anytime food is mentioned, I make a note and collect it for the True Crime Metrics cookbook. It started off as the Adelson cookbook, but we've expanded. And now it seems like we're developing a new list of things, any things that come up. How do I put this? Well, I'll work on a title for the list.
Is there anything else in that duffel bag?
Just underwear.
Okay. When these pictures are looked at, you talked about being in Marie Franz's underwear on the first night you went in. Did you take photographs of that?
Yep.
What about anybody else's underwear?
Yep. Photos.
Of you in their underwear?
Mm-hmm.
And where were those photos taken?
Well, sometimes in Marie France's case, in her house. The others in my house.
In Tweed?
Mm-hmm.
So is this a matter you would take the underwear, go back, and then at some point put the underwear on and take pictures? What about Jessica's underwear?
She's only her, right?
So you don't have pictures of you in her underwear?
No.
All right. Okay. Well, I guess I just have a couple of questions for you. I mean, I'm sure there's going to be more questions, but I guess what's on my mind right now, Russ, is What made you decide to tell me this tonight?
Mostly to make my wife's life easier.
Well, I don't know that you've really affected that. In fact, you probably would have been easier if you kept your mouth shut. She's going to listen to this. The house, your thing about the house, you think she's going to want to stay in that house? This house has been a dream for my wife. It's just been finished. We've just moved in. Yeah, with you. It's associated with you. You know, you've been storing your rape victim's underwear in a fucking computer scanner box in the office, in your IKEA filing cabinet thing. You've ruined filing cabinets for her. You've ruined computer scanners for her. You've ruined the whole house. You've ruined underwear. You've ruined digital cameras. That digital camera, he said he's only got one camera. They probably took that on trips, right? Down to Niagara Falls. You know, she's used that camera. She's pressed the buttons on that camera. And he's been using it to take pictures of him raping innocent women. Cameras are ruined. She's never going to take a photo again of anything. The house. Well, I told you all this to make my wife's life easier. Well, dream on, buddy. You know, she's probably never going to recover. Nor your surviving victims. You think those women that had a masked man appear in their bedroom and had them undress and pose for pictures and be raped? Do you think they're ever going to be able to be alone again? Crazy. Well, I did this to make my wife's life easier. That's not what it seems like to me. It seems like you took the opportunity to tell another human being the folly of your condition for some self-gratifying purpose. Not that you get necessarily pleasure from telling your story, but that you might search yourself for why you've done the things you've done. That's what it seems like to me, Russell. You had the opportunity to have someone in front of you who gave you indications that they were prepared to sit and listen to you with an amazing lack of judgment. Detective Smyth has pretty much performed in large part, a therapeutic role for Russell Williams in this context. Yes, he's gathering information that will all go against him at trial or in court. He pled guilty, so I guess there wasn't a trial. But the question was, what made you decide to tell me this tonight? And Russell even half acknowledged it himself by saying, mostly it was to make my wife's life a bit easier. Bullshit, dog. You took the opportunity to tell another human being the folly and nature of your problems so that you might be able to search yourself through the eyes of another and find out what the fuck is wrong with you. It was a selfish act.
Is what you've told me tonight the truth?
Yeah.
Okay. How do you feel about what you've done? Like what
Yeah, I bet. You know. And that does sound... That's probably the most genuine word I've heard from him. And I'm not saying that I think that he's been putting on an act. I think he's been pretty, in the situation, quite upfront. Like someone said earlier, it's if it's not a tell-all, it's tell 90%. Pretty. I think it'd be fair to say he bit the bullet. But that word there, how do you feel about what you've done? Disappointed. You hear the disappointment in his voice, don't you?
Disappointed.
Okay. Let me ask you this: if this didn't come to the point it's at right now, if for whatever reason you didn't end up on our radar, so to speak, do you think it would have happened again?
Yes. Udi says, this guy is one of the worst people we've covered on this channel. One of the worst so far. There's more to come. Welcome, Udi, welcome.
I was hoping not, but I can't answer the question.
Okay. Not too much here, Russ. Just
I was hoping not, but I can't answer the question. Well, that sounds like a yes to me.
a few details that I wanted to cover off, and specifically dealing with Marie France. In the basement of her house, there's a hole in the drywall. Do you recall how that happened?
Whereabouts?
I don't know specifically, but it's downstairs.
I don't remember that. No.
Okay. Do you remember doing anything with her in the basement where you may have used some clothing or something to secure her?
Yeah, I tied her up against one of the poles in the basement initially. I went outside and put the screen back on and secured the window.
Okay. While she was tied to the pole?
Yep.
And what was your thinking behind doing that at that point?
Just to cover up how I'd come in.
Okay. Now, by the time she's tied to that pole, is that in the very initial few minutes kind of thing of the confrontation, or?
That was shortly after I'd subdued her and tied her up, yes.
Okay. Does she have the duct tape on her mouth yet?
I think.
Agent Smith. Not Agent Smith. That's in The Matrix. This is Metrics. Detective Sergeant Smith has come back in with a sort of jovial tone now for this final wrap-up. And did she have the duct tape on her mouth yet? Did you hit her in the head with a flashlight yet? Okay.
The pole?
Yeah.
It's a bit like a doctor when he's got a, So, you ready for that operation on your knee? Ready for that knee op?
And what was your thinking behind doing that at that point?
Just to cover up how I'd come in.
Okay. Now, by the time she's tied to that pole, is that in the very initial few minutes kind of thing of the confrontation, or?
That was shortly after I'd subdued her and tied her up, yes.
Okay. Does she have the duct tape on her mouth yet?
I think probably.
Okay.
The pictures will show it.
All right. Now, in the upstairs bathroom by her bedroom, there's looks like something's occurred in there.
I don't think he suffered jealous rages against women. I think he was overly passive. You know? I mean, you know, maybe he wasn't barked at and told what to do by his mother. Maybe it was just a case that she expected him to be a certain way and he never rebelled against that. And then this brief lover he had in college left him, and you know, he was he took that really hard, and I don't think he was with anyone else until he met his wife. So he's harboring some kind of emotion there, I would imagine. But I think he was overly passive. What's that movie? Is it with Ben Stiller? Where he just takes it and takes it and takes it. Oh, no, Adam Sandler. Is it Adam Sandler? Is it anger management? I don't know. It's like, you know, maybe he just needed this alter ego to be the opposite of completely passive all the time.
Do you remember that?
Yep.
What happened there?
She had passed out on the bed, and I had gone to look out the front window, see if anybody was coming. And she got up and closed the bedroom door and raced into the bathroom trying to get somebody's attention. But her mouth was taped and her hands were tied. Got in and subdued her again and got her back into the bedroom. Didn't do anything, just regain control of her.
Regain control, subdue, 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 regain control, do, 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 do. This is the thing, isn't it? Although he's the fucking colonel of Canada's largest military base, I mean, that is some serious control you've got there, son, okay? But on a personal level, his wife, probably even in, you know, a restaurant. Like, if the food arrives cold, he's not going to send it back, you know. Just Mr. Passive.
Okay. If I remember correctly, there's a bit of blood in there. Do you know where that blood would have, how that would have occurred?
All the blood was from the initial hits as I was trying to subdue her.
Okay.
Her skin breaking with the blows to her head.
Okay. Do you recall blood being in the bathroom?
No, actually, I didn't have the light on in there, but it doesn't surprise me.
Okay. There's a pair of underwear and some socks on the floor of that bathroom that belonged to her. Do you remember how they got there? Do you remember seeing them?
See them, no.
Okay. What do you recall doing to her breasts? It's pretty clear that there was something happened to her breasts. Do you remember?
Oh no, what's he done to her breasts?
What that might have been?
No, I certainly touched her breasts. I
do anything to hurt them.
I remember that.
No.
Okay. All right. Well, Russ.
Now, when I suffocated her, she was on her front. So.
Friends of his, friends of the couple, have spoken about his temperament in the relationship that they were privy to, and I believe that it was completely, no trouble or anything, passive.
May have been.
You need to have fights sometimes, okay? It's about balance, and you should fight with your wife more. Maybe then you'd rape less women, okay?
In there, but.
What do you mean?
Well, she was lying on the floor in the bedroom as I suffocated her, and obviously struggled. May have been in there that something happened, but I didn't do anything specific to her breasts.
Okay. So when you suffocate her, that's when you have the duct tape over her mouth and nose, and that's on the floor.
Yeah.
And then what happens after that?
Well, she died, and I then took the duct tape off her head and put her on the bed and covered her up with duvet.
Okay. And what was your thinking behind doing that?
Nothing really.
Okay. As you might expect here, Russ, certainly even now, one of the Ottawa investigators mentioned to me that there's a number of incidents that have gone unsolved over the years.
Can I was going to get into that. Can I go to the washroom quickly?
Yeah, I can get somebody to take you to the washroom. Okay.
Well, and that, I believe, is all that there is released to the public. But that's okay. We've only been on for fucking 5.5 hours. Oh, well, it's not light yet. It's kind of a little bit light. The sky's getting a little bit light. What's this? Victoria Girl says, new merch t-shirt. Fight with your wife more. Do less raping. or some words to that effect. might need to be a little more tactful. Do less raping. Yeah, that'll be our Christmas special. Picture of Santa and Mrs. Claus having a domestic. Throwing toys at each other. Jane's World. Hi, Jane. So happy to see Metrics Live is happening now. Yeah, me too, Jane. Me too. It's at times like this I really don't know whether I should bother going to bed. You see, if I stay up now, maybe I'll sleep from midday until 6 in the evening and then be fresh for tomorrow night's stream. But if I go to sleep now, I probably won't wake up until 2 in the afternoon. So, well, I guess I'd still be fine. Yeah, either way is good. Either way is good. What are those items on the table? You'll have to ask Victoria Girl, who knows all kinds of ways to have fun without a date. I've still got to find someone who's willing to actually manufacture the harmonica dildo. You know, not only do I think that that could be a saleable product, but I think it could be, you know, something that people would look at in a gallery, the Tate Modern. And you know Saatchi and Saatchi are going to want a piece. Or just Saatchi. What happened to the other Saatchi? Nola Vine says, Victoria Girl, that's a great t-shirt logo. Too funny but true. And Udi has to wake up in 3 hours and go to work. What? Yeah, but what is it you do? You ride around in a hot air balloon. That's the perfect thing for being sleepy at work. Nothing could be more relaxing. Have I got that right? Or was it a helicopter? Something in the sky. Something in the sky. When you're not at your real job, which is moderating this channel. Yeah, if we all took a shot every time he says subdued, we'd be Sarah Boone drunk. Yeah. I think Neverly Darling's already finished the bottle, though, so a bit late for that. Next time. I wonder how many shots that would be. I was actually thinking of getting a bottle of Bullet Bourbon, and the next time we cover a Wendy special, to do a shot every time someone buys a coffee. But I don't know if that would be any good. I mean, you know, I don't normally drink at all. But I was quite tempted to buy the bottle of Bullet Bourbon, just to have. But if I had it, I'd probably drink it at some point. You know, just as a kind of a almost like a souvenir, you know, for the Metrics Museum. Whoa, loads more comments just came in. Shit. Where were we? Oh no. Oh yeah. There we go. Good night, Udi. Good night, Udi. Victoria Girl's crying, laughing at something. I don't know what. I can guess. Oh. I'll name that tune in one. Ha ha. Good evening all from hot and humid Sydney. I bet. Height of summer for you guys. Oh, you're in Indiana, Donna Bowen. Fantastic. And that's Central Time? Okay. If Grand Mania, about 4. Soap has her own. It's a girl. Soap's a girl. A lady. She's a lady. Wow. It's only 10:38 in California. That's so weird. Where is it? Where is the sun up right now? It's down in Portugal. It's down in California. So I guess it's China, right? What time is it in China? Let's check it out. Beijing. Time. Wow, it's 2:40 in the afternoon in Beijing. How crazy is that? It would be considered research. Yeah, I'll let you know when the product trials. I'll send you a spreadsheet. Stephanie Lazarus and Russell Williams, yes please. Yeah, that's what we say, hey Mona. Laughing at you making me sound like a sex fiend. You do a pretty good job of that yourself. Oh. Okay, that's fascinating learning what time it is for everybody. Yeah. Oh, so what am I going to do now? I need something to wind down. Maybe we should just start another stream. What could we do? I think we'll do maybe what's her name? Shayna Huber's next. Everybody familiar with Shayna Huber's case? Out of Kentucky. A brand new state for the channel as well. Bluegrass. Need a map. Need to get a new map for the states that we've covered. And okay, Jane's World. Where are you, Jane's World? Are you in Florida? New York City? Columbia? DC? Hartford? Be great if you're in Hartford. If you're actually in Hartford. Come on, I can't close down the stream until I know where Jane's World 2 is. Yeah, I can hear the dog snoring. She's fine. She just wants attention. Yeah, that's a snoring dog, hey Mona. Her name is Soap. She's a Labrador. She's fancy. Yeah, you know, I'm gonna make a real nice map tomorrow, Neverly. But not for the states where we have subscribers, you know. Because we have every state now. Every state and a couple of territories. Regions of Mexico and parts of Canada. The good parts. The people parts. We don't need a grizzly bear to tune in. They're busy. Yeah, fantastic hoodies. Merch at what is it? merch.truecrimemetrics.com, and more to come. Gonna sit down with some new merch soon. And the Metrics logo merch is probably our most popular, so I think we should do some Christmas Metrics merch. Why not? Maybe expand on that range, but they're really popular. Really popular. I mean, you know, for a small channel. Metrics text is fuzzy, by the way. Yeah, sometimes people get problem with the audio on a phone, but if they close the app and open it again, it seems to be okay. Anyway, it's been great hanging out, y'all. If y'all think guilty, vote guilty. Use your common sense. Yeah, Shayna, is she the one who shot her husband and blamed her 6-year-old? No, that's not the one. I'm trying to think who you're referring to. Shayna Hubers is... She shot her boyfriend that wasn't even really her boyfriend. Well, we'll tell the whole story when we get there. Yeah, maybe that's coming tomorrow, or maybe something else. You'll have to wait and see. But we'll be back on Monday with another great show. Maybe a little shorter, maybe a little earlier. You know. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, guys. It's been great. We made it through the whole damn Russell Williams video. Like a pro. Good numbers, good stream numbers. Many thanks for the comments, guys. Many thanks for the coffees and the super chats and everything. Well done, Team Metrics. Okay, signing off. True Crime Metrics out for the night or the morning. How do I close? Oh, no problem, Victoria girl. I'm trying to work out how to close this. Alright, catch you later, guys. Sleep well. Mwah.